might be. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are ready for one of the most exciting weeks of March. Literally, the other exciting week will be when we get Jerome Powell and the SEP. But to start off, we got the crypto news from last night. You're hearing a lot more on defense spending and war. We're going to be getting the ISM manufacturing. And then after that, it leads into pretty much every single day this week, you are going to get an event. Now, the market did recover and rally. That was kind of the theme on Friday, but I don't think we are out of the woods just yet. So we'll find out. Tariffs, too. You're going to hear a little bit more about that. We have already gone over a couple of the plays, but I have a few I'm going to be looking at. Intel, MPW, KWeb, Beto, and RTX. So literally chips, some real estate stocks, China, Bitcoin, and defense spending. I think that pretty much sums up a lot of the main themes that we have gotten this morning. So that being said, Chatadonia, you are here right now. We have 2 minutes till the bell. I'm going to need to go to the bathroom here in a little bit, but tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? What do you got? Post it in the chat. Let's go. Oh, yeah, like the video. Microsoft call. Sitting on hands. TRNR. MSTR. Mara baby. Intel call. Sell Palantir covered call. Sell Embido. Sitting on my hands. Spy call. Sitting on 598. Broadcom call. Calls on the long term. Jeppy. Save cash. Amazon. MSTR. Tesla and Baba. Wait until 10. Short ASTS. Make Holo free. AMD puts. NVIDIA 118. Patience. Crypto flips. XRP. Buy the dip. Calls on Josh. Let Tesla go. Get a long term. Like the video. Coin. SoFi. Tesla. Baba. TLT. HIMS. TLT calls. Spy 595 puts. Save cash. 10 a.m. Coin flush. Wait until 10. Tesla and the final plays. Spy calls, long-term, INTL, long Apple, short NVIDIA, sitting on cash, and long eBay over 65.80. Wow. Okay. So Chatadonia, let's see. I like it. Interesting. It's going to be an interesting day. Again, we are coming out of the woods on Friday. You're still, again, if you sell off this gap open, you could quickly go down to the lower end, but we'll see where this leads us. Otherwise, it should be a good one. Again, MPW or Intel and the other one. There's two with news. I just like MPW, but we have 1 minute. I'm going to try to go to the bathroom. I think I'm going to try. I don't know. I don't have any propaganda TV. Come on, propaganda TV. Is this... I think this is an ad.
Do, but then it's also kind of a piece of art, right? There's only 30 or 20, depending on the league, or 32 of these franchises, and people want them, right? So at the end of the day, it's like it's worth whatever someone will pay for it, right? So there's an element of a little bit of a Basquiat there or beachfront real estate. So you got to kind of think about all that, but all of it really says to me that it's going to go up.
Morning from our world headquarters in New York. I'm Indiscriminate.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute tech news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow in Las Vegas, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, boom. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Mexico president coordination with U.S. government on fentanyl trade has been very good. All righty. So we're up. I don't have the NASDAQ yet, but it looks to be like we are up a quarter. Bonds are down. Again, Intel is already down by 2%. If that goes negative, that could be good. A lot of things just flushed here at the open, believe it or not. Those Intel premiums, remember last week, they kept holding up regardless. Oracle, let's see, where are those other ones? EWG, all-time high. Watch defense. Again, that $400 billion defense headline, that has moved a lot of things. So, again, RTX and the rest of them are doing very good off of that. March. Hold on. I shop, Habibi. I shop. Very interesting. Intel shares up 4-1 after Broadcom, Palantir, Telecom. Again, a lot of tech names are actually doing good right now. Nasdaq's up 0.5, so that's doing great. Wind popping. Again, China. So Wednesday you're going to get the NPC meeting. So we've heard good things so far. Baba, Baidu, I think they're up. And then Tesla even into the green. Remember last week they had a very wild move. And Pepsi, don't forget about the values. So again, right now we're up. See if we end up getting staples selling off. Don't forget about that rotation that you had to deal with. MO, damn. What the hell's going on with them? 56? So I did not know that MO. I guess 0.67, but that one keeps going. Again, Intel, C, the premiums are still holding. Again, gold, defense. There's one more that you want to watch out for, too. Oh, Bitcoin. Duh. How are those? So Beto's up by 10, coin up 6. I think MSTR was up like 11 or something. Yeah, they're up by 12.8. MPW looks great. Again, I made plays again on Friday. I want another set, but I'm not going to force it. But if they get cheap enough, again, even the plays on Friday, the original plays are up 700%. So make sure you do something with it. Be smart. Again, it usually sells off, but hey, for now, let's keep riding it. Beto's up 300. MPW. So watch last week's watch list. I think it was on Thursday. We discovered MPW in depth. Reddit pop. Oh, what up, TJ? Netflix on the high. Pinduo Duo's going up. Meta. Again, watch if the other bigger plays go up. Where's the other one? Zivra. Yeah, that play's still up. That one's the biotech. Lulu on the high. Microsoft. SPY doing good as well. Habibi, everything. Damn, you're at 598.6. So remember, you guys, this is a level. So remember, ever since we dropped below here, that kind of opened up the floodgates about 100 points lower. So this is a very good spot. If we could get above 60.11 and then 60.20, then I think this recovery from Friday will look a lot better. If not, if you can't get above here, I mean, before you know it, you may quickly be repeating everything that you saw last week. So don't forget about that, my friends. Yeah, MO still going again. Lulu, couple retail plays. You had that Capri news. Intel coming down. Yeah, it was up by 5. Again, watch Broadcom and NVIDIA. Broadcom's actually almost negative off that. I think AMD was also mentioned on it too. Google on the high, then Tesla. I usually trade this SPY on the ETFs, but we look at the SPX. I think it gives you a better view. Intel. Who's the other one? RTX and LMT. They're decent. Germany's up 4%. Oh, yeah. Bro, Germany's actually insane. Why are bonds down so much? I think because of the fat rally, but there wasn't too much bad news. I mean, Scott Bessent was talking over the weekend, and we're going to hear from him again, but I don't know why it's down as much, except for the fact that it just rallied a lot last week. Again, Germany's still going. High ticker, pretty active. Gold is on the high. Again, bond inverses are on the high as well. I haven't looked at the rest of the chips or anything. NVIDIA is down by 2. I forgot. Remember last week, that was still a big earning. So if that starts to kind of weigh us down, that could affect the market. I'm surprised. We're up by 0.6 on the NASDAQ with the NVIDIA down by 2 right now. So we'll see where that leads us. But very fascinating, low-key. MP Dub came down. Airbnb on the high. They're up by 3. Amazon. JP Morgan in the green. Yeah, JP Morgan kind of popping here. Again, remember last week with the banks and financials, there was a lot of weird moves. And just don't forget about this staples, again, materials, and the industries that have been leading. Staples are up, though. So everything's up. Bonds are trying to go up as well, too. And gold. Where's the dollar? So dollar's at, oh, what? Dollar's down today. A lot. I don't know if I'm tripping or if this is like sometimes UUP does that. I guess it's just giving back the last 2 days. But there you go. Remember the days where the dollar was up and we get in that sell-off, that was a little bit more scarier than not. So we will see. Nike, Gold Pop, Verizon on the high as well too. Even AT&T, Pepsi, they were in the red. MO's in the green. They just keep going. And then SPY dancing a little bit about VWAP. Again, you're up by 0.3. We're looking good levels-wise if we could get above a couple of spots. You haven't broken above back to 6,000 yet, but if we could get above there, we'll be good. TJ, thank you, man. And welcome. ISM is going to be big, yeah. So I hope you guys are trained on it. If you have been paying attention, you should know why the ISM manufacturing is so important this week. It ties into the non-farm payrolls. So we'll see what happens. And then again, Wednesday, you're even going to get services. But yes, what time? 7 o'clock. So give it like 20 more minutes. Beto flush. PayPal on the high. Banks are doing good and bonds. So let's see where that takes us. Actually, where are all those? Biden leg hair. Welcome. 9 months of progress. Let's go, baby. Amen. And 90 more months to go. Just little by little, baby. Remember, no immediate success, but the consistency. Oh, my goodness. So, amen. Amen. Are we live tomorrow for... I might be down to go live, yeah, for the State of the Union. I'm not opposed to that. We'll see where the time... Because I think it might be at 6. So we'll see where that takes us. Kroger on the high again. Procter & Gamble. Value starting to go up now. So watch out. If value starts to like get really aggressive, then maybe we'll see things flip again. I mean, that was a theme last week, so we'll find out. You're confused. The bill payout is now 3.8, but the 1 and 3 month are at 4.3. So they probably moved it around or when rates were lower, but that's why I just stay up to date with it. And you got to read the terms and be aware of that. And then Fidelity is at 4, even though the rates are at 0.3 or 4.3. So that's normal, but whatever fixed income instrument you're using, just be mindful of what the terms are and what the yield is. TLT, I know it's going up there. I want to wait middle of the day. We still got some old ones. Oh, wow. They killed the premiums on those, actually. BTAI, they had something this morning. That one's really running. It's weird. You got small cap. Yeah, BTAI was halted. Oh, and y'all almost hustled me on the wire, bro. Yeah, you need the likes for that, bro. Come on. Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Tesla dumping again. BTAI. They had something in the morning. I know they've been a AI name, but I thought they had something. Let me double check. NASDAQ big flip again. We're coming back down. Bond straight up. Morning started off decent, but this is your first time coming down. Weak ISM. You got any predictions? No, I'm just gonna respond to it. Like I'm saying, the ISM manufacturing, because even last time they spiked up a little bit and it kind of sent a very, surprising signal. And then the non-farms kind of followed it. But generally, I'm just looking for it for the signal on Friday. Because although the ISM can move the bonds and will be important, the real kicker is going to be the non-farm on Friday and what that kind of does to bonds, rate cut odds, and everything else we've been dealing with. BioCell announces closed its inspection site of Phase 3. That was this morning. Yeah, so they just have positive medical data. XLP now is on the high. So again, Staples, BTAI, that's your small cap. Again, biotech, they did good. What is it, ZVRA? I think there's SVRA too. That's just a different company. Where's Intel? Is that still holding up? I like Target. I would just want it a little lower. So that's one that's kind of on the long-term list. You know, they've just ran up a decent amount. That's like the only thing I don't like about it. But there's other ones. Other staple names can be very, very good, like big box retailers. But I think only one or two are like Target's one of them that are like underperforming. I would prefer Walmart, but yeah. Nvidia's down 4? No way. Yeah, bro, this is weird. So get ready then, because something has to be holding us up. I mean, we'll get to it here in a little bit. Give it like another 20 minutes, and then I'll get you guys the data of the laggers and leaders. But this is weird because NVIDIA's down 4, and you're still up. Actually, NASDAQ's only up by 0.03. So actually, if you take notice, that little drop right there, NASDAQ has lost 0.5% in the first 12 minutes. Meanwhile, Russell, Dow, and SPY have moved within 0.2%. Pepsi again, Biogen, staples are doing it again, you guys, so watch out. That might still be another move to start off. Yeah, Pepsi's already coming back up. There's UPS, McDonald's. Habibi, why so expensive? 5 years, Mr. Franklin. That's crazy, man. Oh, I have the new badge too for you guys. So don't worry. I've lagged, man. It's been an exciting beginning of this year. Amen, baby. Half a decade. Tell them. Tell them. I want cheap plays. Give me cheap plays. They won't give me cheap plays. My E-Trade won't load up the options. My E-Trade hates me. Okay, I need to restart this. Please hold while we connect your call. SPY's coming back down. So again, I like where we're at on the SPX and just how it's looking this morning. But if we do come back down, like I'm saying here, you are not, I mean, you'll be right. You're not out of the woods just yet. Bitcoin coming down a little bit. One minute. That's not the data, so be careful. That will be the S&P Global PMI. That one's not as important. So just don't. People make this mistake a lot. The ISM, that's the important one. No, but the S&P Global PMI, that's not the one we care about as much. It can move some things, but it's not the one that's like historically has a bigger impact on the bond market. So at 7, top of the hour. But you will get some data here in the next couple of minutes. Let's see how sensitive the market will be towards it, you know? Global S&P 52.7 versus 51.6. So a little bit hotter. Again, that's not going to be the main one. T-Mobile launching AI-powered smartphone with Perplexity. So again, bonds are going down off that, but this isn't, don't be fooled. That's not going to be your real data move. Not yet, but you are going down a little bit. Again, data came in a little hotter. I can't remember the last time that has happened. Quite fascinating. My tin, I don't have any tin on that. Let's see. I'm trying to get a cheap play right now, but it just don't look cheap, you know? You ever look for cheap, but then, like, you can't find cheap, you know? Reddit on the high ticker. Oh, yeah, they were moving up in the morning. Again, watch some of the value plays. Again, XLP. Reddit's actually rocketing right now. So, yeah, Reddit's up 6.5. And then BTAI. Yeah, Reddit just went crazy. And then bonds came down. Again, that's not the data. Crypto stocks rise after Trump. All right, I'm down with that. Okay, I got me a play. Finally. Tesla rip. A couple of you called that one out. Again, Bitcoin is moving around. That's adding a lot to today. I think there's going to be a lot there. Again, Tesla was kind of wild last week. At least it's above 300. And then there's Reddit. Reddit is actually insane. I don't know how to describe that one. That's up 7. I don't know if there's any headline. Bank of America. Don't forget about financials. There's bonds as well. Everybody in the TLT. Walmart stock, Philip Morris. That one's on the high as well, too. I like the TLTs. I already have the old one, so I'm not going to force it, but I like how the TLT looks. Again, they're down right now, but pretty much ISM or not. But I'm going to just ride what we have there, and then if it gets cheaper, we could grab another one. But we'll find out. And then Riot's up by 5.8. UPS. Goldman on the high again. Watch XLF in any of those. ERJ. And then NASDAQ back to green. SPY is slowly slipping, and the Russell. So notice, last like 20 minutes, everything was up by like half, 0.5. And then and now you're starting to watch the NASDAQ has gone negative. Russell has slipped, and then SPY gave up half of it. So, and then Dow is like holding up good, but everything else not as much. ACAM on the high. And then Perigo, low tickers a little bit more active. Again, NVIDIA down 4, I think is weird. TLT for ISM, and then just in general. Again, like once TLT becomes a freight train, the better. But, rates have been going down, the rate cut odds this whole week. Any of the big data or anything, just remember, if we keep playing that growth situation as last week, the rate cut odds are moving, and that is bringing down the bonds. So I already have plays on it. Again, it's easy to both like win and lose on the TLT, so you got to be mindful. But I'm saying, on some of these days, you could just focus on TLT and the SPY. I don't know if today's one of those, but I like the discount. And again, we are getting ready for big data here, so we'll see. Apple big red. That's just not going to help out. I think NVIDIA right now, I think the market is very resilient to hold up with NVIDIA down that much. But if everything else starts slipping, I mean, that's going to start weighing on it. But everything else doing pretty well. I mean, again, even Apple's going break even right now. The watch list to find out about the TLT plays, I'm not sure. I've given like really good analysis on like how to watch TLT at any moment. The TLT plays that I made recently, I've just done them live on stream. But again, I'm not here to share my plays as much anymore. I'm here to share the long term. But the reaction with the plays is too much for me to handle. So I don't want to influence you guys negatively. But I could give you the info and encourage you to make a good move. But above all else, 90% win rate on the long term. Dude, you know what I noticed this morning? They don't feel me, bro. They ain't gonna feel. I don't know if they feel me, bro. Do you feel me, chat? I hope they do. They like, oh, how you like this market? How you like this market? We got all-time highs again. Again, we got a deposit. That's why. But still, even last week on Friday, that little gain. But, yeah, dude, we're 248 now. Higher than ever. Last week, 246, 247. Previous one, 3.9 earthquake in Cali. I didn't feel it. So, yeah, man, volatility or not, we keep climbing, baby. Yeah, if you go through the trading fraternity, that's kind of the whole idea. I'm going to try to organize them a little bit better, but I literally have 1,000 videos, 1,600. So there's a lot of good tutorials. They will teach you stuff, and then if you're locked in paying attention online, I think you'll be able to learn. Again, every TLT play or every reason to buy TLT, we have been talking about it live on stream. So really, they all started 2 weeks ago on the minutes after we got that quantitative tightening headline. I don't know if you recall that. TSM, Perigo, I keep watching them. Again, SPY near the low. NASDAQ and Russell now red. Yeah, bro, why is Perigo up 5%? They're not getting bought out, right? They make the morning after pill, I'm pretty sure. Perigo, what's going on with them? Net leverage, that was last week. Yeah, all they did was target organic growth. So that's just a post-earnings winner in healthcare. Again, watch staples, you guys, too, because like I'm saying, if that starts to rotate, I already made one play there, but either way, I kind of like that idea. Remember Pepsi last week? That one hit as well. Yeah, Perigo sucks. You can't get one. They're 40 cents minimum. There's actually one cheap one, but I wouldn't call it cheap. It's just far out. But I like that. That one's interesting. And then TGTX, bonds are up. Again, give it 7 more minutes. 7 more minutes, then we get the real data. So NASDAQ has turned negative after being up as much as 0.9. So watch out, you guys. This isn't good. I mean, I don't think it's as freaky as last week, but just like I'm telling you, I mean, no, you have a lot of cushion, but just if we start slipping here and can't hold this up, remember, last Friday, even the end of the day, it was all about the recovery. So if we can't get this recovery, that you go back to intense volatility. So Tesla's already slipping now. Again, bonds are climbing up here. Microsoft on the low. About to break some trend lines. Well, get ready, though. This data is going to be very, very crucial. LT is up 1%. Market's red. Oh, yeah, man. So, again, so far, now that we're about to wrap up the first quarter or begin the last month, but your long-term should be outperforming. And the market hasn't moved. So, I think S&P and NASDAQ are up 1%, but, the last, year of buying value, I think it helped us out a lot. So, I hope you did the same, but either way, regardless, we still have more time to build, so don't ignore that long term. Pfizer? Yeah, why is Pfizer going up? Merck was going up. Actually looks great. When is Pfizer's ex-divvy? Do we have any Pfizer plays? I don't think we do. Yeah. I don't always lose on them. Pfizer. Zelensky says end of war with Russia very, very far away. Nice. Good work, Z. Good work. Pfizer says March 7th. So there you go. You'll get your little divvy run up. Okay, SPY kind of flushing. Again, 5 minutes here. You were going to get everything. Canadian Energy Minister Jonathan Wilkins, if U.S. imposes tariffs on Canada, Canada will retaliate. TSMC says pleased to meet with Trump on Monday. Hey, yo, when did TSM meet with Trump? Did you guys know that? SPY is a long-term, yeah. I mean, SPY is just a stock. I mean, it's an ETF, but you can build your long-term with that. Did you guys know about the TSM thing? That's coming in now. They're saying Trump or TSM and Trump are pleased to meet. Bitcoin about to break 90,000. SPY on the low. All right, watch out, man. I don't know if we're going to get this value rotation or not. Oh, wow, those are expensive. I fucked up. Okay, I made a play, but I overpaid. I really overpaid, I feel like. MO on the high too. Stylo Booker. Is it Stylo or Stilo? What up, baby? Welcome. I hope we got that long term. Hope you got that long term. That is what we need. I don't know, though. Some of you guys, you've been very inspired, though. And I think you feel me on it. So I'm very honored. And I hope you get more, baby. Dumping into the data. Well, get ready. Bonds actually came back up. Don't worry about equities yet, but after last week, once we start getting into the lows of like Friday, once we start getting into like 58, like 60 again, 58, 70, then we panic again. Other than that, 2 more minutes, the data might redo everything. Long-term plays are posted on this channel. Just go to the post tab. You could go to my Instagram, and I post them like by the play, and then even on my Twitter as well. It is all there. We try to post them as many places as possible. AT&T still, again, SPY near the low. And get ready, you guys. 1 minute. This is the data. So whatever you think is happening right now in the market, I could almost assure you nothing has happened because this is what's going to move us now. So the number you're looking for is 51 on the manufacturing, 50.6 on employment, and then watch prices at 55. So we're going to be looking at the overall like employment factor, the PMI, and then just see if the prices stay lower. That will be the thing. Ba-da, bop, bop, bop. Yeah, dude, TSM, I don't know. Nobody confirmed it, but I told you guys I didn't know. But apparently TSMC met with Donald Trump. So you let me know, man. Started the long term. Let's go. Well, your life is going to change. I hope you stick with it, man, and just realize like long term is like a Tamagotchi. You know, if you just keep it next to you your whole life, it's just going to do good. So take care of it. Like it's like your invisible friend. You know what I'm saying? It'll be there for you, bro. That's why I'm saying, like, why not, man? Why not? No, it is. It's really, really good, bro. You don't see the long-term list? Oh, no way. You may not be as savvy. Well, give me 10 seconds, and then I'll find you the long-term afterwards. TRNR running, whatever that is, and we're off. Where is it? Ooh, employment cratered. ISM came in below. Prices cratered, prices skyrocketed. Whoa. And then new orders cratered. I don't know. That was, I think it's bad, but I'm surprised. I think bonds might go up off of it. There's a lot to take in that one. Honestly, there's a lot to chew on. So take a look. This is going to be very interesting. I think you're going to get volatility. That could be your stagflation for real, yeah. So pretty much manufacturing came in a little lower, which is still kind of elevated like last time, right? Employment came in line, which is still a little lower. But this right here, new orders, it's not loaded, but new orders fucking plummeted. New orders plummeted and then prices rocketed. Yeah, look at this. New orders 48 instead of 55. That plummeted. And then manufacturing prices, that may be the highest in 12 months. Yeah, I'm correct on that. Damn, that's the highest in almost 3 years. Jeez. Yeah, that's terrible. So I don't know. I don't know how I don't know if it's going to be bonds or equity. That's what I'm confused on, but it definitely, that's a very stagflationary release right there. So again, activity is still kind of up. Employment is coming down. Prices are rocketing. Meanwhile, the new orders are going down. Yeah, so I don't know how that's going to play out. I think it's bad data, but it's confusing. It's obviously like I think it has a negative tilt to it, but I don't know if you're going to get bad is good or good is bad. Does that make sense? That's why I'm saying it's very, very odd when I'm looking at it. I don't know. Rates, technically, you would think that the slowdown in activity would make you want to lower rates, but the prices rocketed. That's why I'm confused the bonds are getting a bid. So, because again, if prices are going high, you don't want to, that's going to lead to higher rates, not the other way around. So, but everything else would warrant lower rates if the economy is totally falling off a cliff. JP Morgan dump. It could be more of a fear bid on TLT. I agree with that. Let's see, but yeah, other than that, that makes way more sense. But right now, like good news, bad news, data, I can't really see it. But like I'm saying, that was a confusing set of data, but it was decisively bad. I don't think it was good. Again, the manufacturing activity is elevated, but everything else that came with it was not favorable. Your long term is getting clapped. Don't worry. The day of gains or losses isn't that bad, but use these opportunities. This tells you where your portfolio is lacking. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is balance it out. That's it. Like, for real, we are killing it on our long term only because of all of the value we bought last year. That's it. That's all it is. You guys don't remember? I was saying dividend, dividend, dividend. Buy the cheap names, dividend, dividend. So while everybody was buying NVIDIA and the chip names and Amazon and all those, which they did very good. We had Meta and Netflix. That's why we didn't have to chase them. But generally, like, that's what you got leading into this moment that we're at right now. So if your long-term isn't doing good right now, you probably just had a lot of tech, or you probably didn't balance it out as much. So now I wouldn't trip out right now. I think that tells you where you could work on this year, and use that as a lesson. You let your long term speak to you, and if you have been underexposed, underpositioned, hopefully these moments kind of highlight that. And you could get sad about it, or you should just decide whether or not you're comfortable with that under or overexposure. Oh, Santelli? He's talking bonds. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Happy Monday.
But the fact of the matter is, we had one reading above 50, 50.3 in Jan, first in SEPA 23, highest in SEPA 23, and now we reverse back down. We see that we're hovering at 420. 420 would be down 2 basis points on the session. Sarah, back to you.
Kind of feeds into the stagflationary worries a little bit with the higher prices and the weaker new orders and in jobs. Thank you, Rick Santelli. And we are going to get jobs at the end of this week. This is a big week in terms of potential catalysts beyond today's numbers on manufacturing that Rick just reported. We're going to get the ADP employment report. That's the private sector read. And then Friday is the big jobs report. There's an ECB decision coming this week where they are widely expected to cut rates, and they got some better inflation data that would lead them to that point. And then the beige book, of course, the Fed pays attention to what the districts are saying around the economy. The president will address Congress, said he's going to not hold back on that. So eagerly awaiting his speech. And then the tariffs are expected on Canada and Mexico tomorrow, unless there's some sort of a deal that President Trump can work out. By the way, on jobs, there's a lot more focus on jobs because we are getting some signs that the job market is weakening further. What Rick just reported inside the ISM survey, the jobless claims number last week was very elevated, for instance. So we'll see, and it matters because if we do see some more pronounced weakness in jobs, that's
little
what
data
causes the Fed
sets,
to pivot away from its
it doesn't sum up the
stance.
actual
They said
full
they were
labor
watching
market,
out for
but
weakness
still.
in jobs. They want to preserve the jobs market, so that could lead them to cut sooner rather than later. We're about 2.5 cuts priced in for all of 2025, which is a little bit more than where we were.
Again, 2 weeks ago, you were pricing
February.
in 1.
So there's a lot riding on this jobs report, as
Barely.
always, but even more so. Also, there's this idea of there's the Fed put, and then there's the Trump put. Is he going to get worried about the economy and maybe hold back a little bit on some of these tariff policies?
Yeah, although the Journal or the Times over the weekend wrote about how he's been oddly silent about stocks, whereas before he would say,
about who?
I think one of his tweets famously was stock market beginning to look pretty good to me. We haven't heard that yet. By the way, these ISM numbers, Rick pointed out new orders, but it's the biggest drop in ISM manufacturing new orders since March of 22.
Yes.
So
Bro,
we'll just add
NVIDIA
that
is
to the
down
retail
4.9,
sales,
so
personal
watch out for
spending,
that.
jobless claims.
Again, maybe watch the Qs, but QQQ down 0.7. So you've already moved about 1.6 today on the NASDAQ, believe it or not. So you were up at 1 point at peak by 0.9. And then, yeah, NVIDIA, this is the deep seek level. So just remember, like last week, right after the earnings, that movement added pressure. If Apple, Tesla, the rest of them come back up, you'll be fine. But, yeah, I think that is dragging down the SPY a little bit. Intel, they even came down again. Intel was up by 5 at 1 point. Tesla trying to go. Where's healthcare? And then AT&T still going? My goodness. And then the Pfizer. Wow. Yeah, dude. Those Intel premiums, though, even from last week, they have held up. Again, Pfizer has ex-dividend, and then, again, I'm just looking for that staple. The staple rotation, staple healthcare, if we just watch it again, just keep that in mind for this week. If we do start to do that little sell-off BS and get volatility, that might be it. LVS is up by 6%. Win is up by 4. They're going up right now. Archite on the high as well. TSM weak. Yeah, it could be all the chip pressure. I mean, again, they had a meeting with Trump. They announced a little bit about that, but that didn't do it. Bonds are going up. Bonds are about to go green. 0.5%. TSM just flushed, literally, right as you said that. So it's on the low ticker right now. AUK, that's water. See if any, go up. Yeah, the long-term list. So, again, it's been in the same spot for multiple years. And, again, so just go to this channel and click posts. And then it's right here. So even on Twitter and YouTube or Instagram as well. And then if you go to the first link in the description, you could pay for all of this stuff if you would like. Or you could get free long-term alerts. And ta-da! That is how you do it. That is how you do it. The 10-year and 2-year drop at the same time doesn't really help the market since it doesn't change the yield curve. If you care about just the yield curve, you're correct. But in general, though, like higher or lower rates, has some effect on things. And that is what we have been getting here. That's why I'm saying, like, why watch TLT? If you guys haven't picked up on it, I put this on the watch list yesterday. The thing is that the last couple of weeks, all of this action has changed. It has literally changed the rate cut odds. That's why the bonds are moving. So, yeah, the bonds have moved up a lot. TLT is the highest it's been at all year. But why? All of this data, all of these movements, it's even led to, people pricing in more rate cuts. So, even if the 2 and the 10-year move exactly the same, just remember higher or lower rates has an effect on things. And that's kind of what people are responding to. Right now, I am very concerned. Not concerned, but... And then TLT green now. I was telling you, I wanted those TLTs, but I didn't want to force it. We still have one that's up 400% right now from last week. That's why I didn't force it. But hopefully you guys started looking in that direction. But like I'm saying here, bonds and just TLT, I'm worried, or not worried, I keep saying that word, concerned. I am attentive towards rates because... the rate cut odds, how aggressively they moved last week. I said this on the watch list last week as well. I would watch because if everybody starts getting freaked out on this growth thing, be careful if they start front-running rate cuts too soon. Because anytime the rate cut odds go from one rate cut to like 2 or 3, the market's problem is they start freaking out and then start pricing in 10. And then once that happens, Jerome Powell has to come in and tell you that you're being a crackhead. So, yeah. Ta-da. Yeah, TSMC meeting them at 1:30. I thought they already met. And then MP Dubs came down. I don't know where the other REITs are. Actually, O came up. We start cutting again. We're in deep trouble. Well, I'm more concerned about the market. So just remember, you've seen this before many, many times. Right when the market goes from, no, we don't want rate cuts, and then they get worried, and then they start pricing in rate cuts. But the market's problem is that it overshoots. So that's what's gotten us into trouble with volatility the last 3 or 4 years, is that something happens, then the market starts pricing in rate cuts way ahead of the Fed, and that's what causes this confusion. So now you just had every Fed person saying no rate cuts, no rate cuts. Everybody went to one, but our problem is going to be if now we get freaked out and they're like, oh, 2 rate cuts. No, we need 4, 5, 6. And then the next time you hear from Powell, he has to let you know why we're not getting 6, and then the market goes, ah. So, yeah. Yeah, Kraken says SEC agrees to drop lawsuit against exchange. That one's on the wire. You guys would see it if you like the video. Did you know liking the video is good for your soul? It's good for your people. I know. Thank you. Dollar keeps tanking. Bittersweet. Kind of good. But lately, as the dollars came down, we've came down too. And then Bitcoin dropped. Bonds just rocketing, man. That was a good one. Yeah, TLT, maybe we should have grabbed another set. I did not want to force him, well, no. P-Core, again, watch if Staples find a way to flip or not. I do anything fun over the weekend? Yeah, I did. I got to see one of my good friends. He finally came back. He was out of the country. So I got to take him out. We chilled. It was a good time. Got to hang out with moms. Intel huge red. Yeah. Yo, Intel flushing. Oh, dude, I forgot. I forgot to tell you guys in the morning. Do you know this headline happened before, right? So everybody's hyped on the Broadcom Intel announcement. Trump TSMC to announce $100 billion chip investment. That's why you're going down right now. But then again, too, the Intel news, do you guys know it was fake? Or not fake, it was old. So NVIDIA and Broadcom tested one of the chips last year. They did this. So this headline hit before, but it failed. Again, NVIDIA and everybody tested Intel's process, and then it didn't work, so it never turned into anything. You got to meet Arnold this weekend at this event. Arnold Schwarzenegger, you got to meet him. Quickly, get to the yards, hurry. Stock market low. Trump, TSMC, expected to announce $100 billion investment in U.S. So again, that's why Intel's going down. You might get a move off of it, honestly. Beyond that. That one showed up on the wire, too. That one's killing it. So Intel down. TSMC's not going up on it, though. That's what sucks. Like the video. Said run to the bonds quickly. It's good, man. I'm glad. I didn't want to over leverage or get too many of the plays. Our other ones are back up to 400%. But again, hopefully you guys did watch the bonds when I was telling you that there today. Because again, they were down by 0.6. EDV. Bonds are kind of dancing around. Even the market, take a look here. Coming near the low, 5931. Like I said, I'm not worried until, sadly, we get into below 5,900. But that's to give you an idea. We're either going to hit 6,000 today or we're going to be back at the 5,800. So this is what I was saying is the problem. Is the wire the same as the alerts I would get if you signed up for the membership? No. The Wire is just free news that I provide, but the alerts, you get a lot more. But, yeah, The Wire is just if you want me to show this on screen. All I ask is it's free 99. You know, I just want to like on the video. Make sure you're engaged. Like the video or go feed the cats. I have been eyeing XLF. I even want KRE, but I haven't made a play. I even made that like a month ago, or I talked about it, but it ran up. I waited too long. I didn't get one, and then, yeah, that's it. Tesla, Coca-Cola now. So, again, that'll be another value play. Oh, NVO came down. TGTX, you guys were calling that one out last week. That one's up 18. And then Herbalife, again, they had like a new CEO or something. They're popping Abivi 211. Hey, yo, you got screw tape delivered last night? Nice. Bro, my girl. So I didn't know you could buy it. My girlfriend got it so she could read it. There's like a book with all of C.S. Lewis's books in it. So it's like one book, and it has Screw Tape, Mere Christianity, The Great Divorce, and like 5 other books all in one. So yeah, my girl brought that one home the other day. I was like, ooh. And then look at Abivi, bro. Abivi. Anyone wondering, Stream Alerts is worth it. Amen, man. Even the long-term alerts, all of it, and the long-term and the watch list, it's worth it if you use it. I don't know. Anything is, any tool is really dependent upon the craftsman. My dear Wormwood. U.S. Health Agency says employees must respond to Doge email, reversing earlier position. It's got to be the best day for the euro. I mean, dude, Germany's killing it all day. That's what I've been saying. Like the dollar coming down, like it's kind of weird how it's done well. We picking out a long-term pickup today? No. Yeah, just get with the vibe, baby. So I think you've been following along. You might be a little impatient, but like I said, I really like what we're doing right now with the long-term. Our long-term is positioned very well. We are outperforming. We're doing great. And like I said, we need a diamond. And for now, we don't have any cash. So I'm really going to just ride this all the way through and wait until we get something good. So some of you may not like it because you're going to have to wait. Like I said, if you have a lot of cash, that's what we talked about last week. We had a lot of discussions there on cash. But if you have too much cash, then yeah, you got to start using it. But, in this case, I have my deposit. Let's see where we're at. And then SPY near the low. I got 2.3% cash. Woo! So it took me 2 months to save it, and I even used a little bit of it, or I should have had 6,000, but I think we were a little unbalanced in the beginning. But yeah, it's so we only have 2% cash. That's why I'm gonna try to build this up. Every month we'll get like 1% or something, and then that's it, and then we go from there. But long term, doing great. Another great day. Tesla 230 still holding the bob, bro. That Baba put was fire. Let's go, PNC. You on fire, bro. Keep it up. Siphon some off to the long term, too. If we get a deep recession, do we shave off the long term or add something that are good plays? I'm not going to ban you, but I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. So I think it's Monday, and you guys had the weekend. You may have forgot, but don't forget my attitude and what I believe. Again, the long term is simple. Minimum 10 years. So that's why I will ban and get rid of anybody trying to complicate it, even if you do it out of good intentions. The point is, don't waste your time or confuse yourself with these questions. So 10%, 10 years, you don't sell. Minimum of 10. If you want to sell, it should be strategic. It should be because you're buying something else. And that's it. Take a lap. Take a lap, baby. Take a lap. Yes, sir. TSM moving right now. Again, they just got the headline there on the investment. Premium up. GLD on the high now. And then SPY a little bit off the low. Bonds kind of chilled out. Dude, NVIDIA is down 4.8. Zoom Info. That's disgusting. And then TW on the high as well. Put an offer on a house. Nice. You said that we could trade the long term for a down payment. How would you go picking what to let go and keep? Start with the names that you really like and keep them. And then the names that you probably wouldn't buy ever again. The names you're down on, you could start with those. And then literally you could just equally reduce it. TSM launching. Trump chipmaker expected to announce another $100 billion deal. That's all I see on it. I don't see another headline. But yeah, TSM's starting to go now. You had that one headline. That TSM's kind of suck. TSM is oddly like a slow mover. Intel options are still up. NTNX on the high. Yeah, TSM, I mean, again, they have earnings, I believe, or something. Or no, they already reported, but that it moves slow. That's why we hit that 2,000%er last time. SPY close to VWAP. Airbnb on the high. Yeah, 59. Again, you're right in the middle. It's either we get closer to 6,000 by today or we go back below 5,900, 58. TSM still going. Tesla coming up. NVIDIA. Again, NVIDIA just hit the wire down 4.5. Tigna. TGNA. Bonds back to break even. Again, TSMC stuff. That keeps coming out right now. No new. I mean, the only latest news is TSM $100 billion investment in the U.S. White House official says. Announcement to come at 1:30 Eastern. So it's 10 right now. 11, 12, 1. 3 hours. And then gold going up. So that's coming out right now. White House official says. Gold popping. SPY. MSTR. Let's see. Where's crypto actually? I have not looked. Still up 8 on the day. TW, I keep seeing that. Again, high-low ticker, pretty active here on both sides. High ticker is actually way more active. Highest you've been in like 20 minutes or so. Boyle, you got nat gas kind of dancing around. From the long time. Oh, yeah, where is Intel? Intel, Pfizer Holding, XLP. They're up by 0.4, but... And then same thing with financials. Not bad. Oh, yeah, let me get you the breakdown. We've almost been here for an hour. Let's see what we got. So, NASDAQ 100. 74 names in the green, 24 in the red. Dow Jones, you got 17 green, 13 in the red. And then S&P 500, 350 green, 151 in the red. NHTC on the high, ADSC on the low. Oh, wow, this thing's plummeting. About to enroll in the real estate course after the long term. I will buy my first house, and it started here, baby. Amen, bro. I love it. I love it. And remember, no rush. That's been the thing, and I think some of you are vibing with it heavy. And like I said, just shop effectively. And now, you're in the game. You got the credit line pretty much, and use it to your advantage and hunt effectively, and it should only bring in good. Costco. T-Mobile, again, they're on the high. They've been doing, again, every single communication play. Everybody except for Meta, I think. And then SPY right there. Meta's barely green, 669. the property. I think we still need to contact them. I just looked at the email. So patience, fellas. Usually follow up with me if you don't hear back after a week. All right, still mad early. Again, most of the market is green right now. We will find out where it leads. Like green in terms of more names are advancing. So, but other than that, the only thing green is the Dow. So literally, if 300 names up on the SPY, we're down by 0.1. This could be that NVIDIA effect. Like we're saying, NVIDIA is down 4% right now. So that is not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. Major game time. Welcome. White House officials confirming the TSM news. Yeah, 1:30. It looks like we're going to be getting that. Melania to speak? I didn't know that. You guys got Melania today? No? You're not down? That could be fun. TSM. It looks very good. Again, we had the headline. It didn't move. The premiums are weird. But yeah, actually, it's at the bottom, though. I don't know. It's at the bottom of the 100-day, the quarter. Still a long way to go. But yeah. And then ASML moving now, too. Hold on. How come ASML's not getting involved in this? Isn't ASML German? Or aren't they European? Am I tripping? Dutch. That's what it is. Yeah, Dutch. The Dutch. You thought Swiss? Hey, you thought wrong. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I kind of like the ASMLs. They ran up a lot. That could be a good one tied into TSM. But I think the premiums are insane. Intel coming back up. So remember, they sold off there. And then there's Boeing. Airbnb keeps climbing up here. Oh, why did the high taker say 160? ALGT, again, SPY right at VWAP. Same with bonds. TSM calls free. Good work. Spot golds, 28.86. The Friday SPY puts for tariffs. Yeah, that was, again, I'm waiting for that this week. I think that's going to be part of it. Just going to be a matter of where we even close, though, or keep in mind the timing. So if you are going to try to play the tariff play, maybe give yourself a little bit of rope just so that, again, because like if you make a play right now, then the SPY moves 0.5%, that could really destroy the whole play even if it is short term and you're trying to lead into tomorrow. Gold still climbing. ASML now breaking out. I like this. Didn't fill me all of them. Abuse. Bro, didn't you just join? I swear you just joined on Friday. How is it letting you join again? Commerce Secretary Lutnick, Canada and Mexico have done a good job on the border. U.S. Commerce, Lutnick, Canada have to tackle the fentanyl. So keep watch on SPY. Lutnick, he is talking. So if that's positive, Trump will have to decide on tariffs Monday afternoon. So Lutnick is speaking now. He's not really giving any indication. Lutnick, Trump will have to decide on Monday. So again, I don't know if that has any details. That could have caused some things to move. CAD and peso popping. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Watch out for that. If that causes oh, that's great. Honestly, Canada's doing great. What the fuck? Yo, that's awesome. Canada's doing way, way better. Mexico, that could be bullish. So see, SPY's going to try to dance around a little bit, but if the currencies hold up, that'll be good. Oh, VV, these are... Boyle, haywire. We'll have to decide on tariffs Monday afternoon. AGRI. Agriforce growing, small cap ripping. So tariff, yeah, exact. Well, pretty much people were talking about tariff amounts being lower or higher. Lutnick, Trump will decide today. We'll put it on Tuesday. Yeah. So again, you're still going to get the tariffs, but there's kind of, talk about it being smaller than the other one. All right, watch some of the dailies. Not the dailies. Watch March 7th. You can go dailies. But I would just keep an eye out for them. I'm only saying watch them because the peso move. It's too big. That's what I'm saying. Canada and Mexico, these currency moves are a little too big here. And then we got this. So I don't know how to materialize. Mexico already coming down, but watch out for some of them. Be on watch. What is that? PINC on the high. Apple moving up. Added another Tesla put. Again, whatever AGRI is, up 12. Five Estee Lauder. I need to look at Estee Lauder. China hits U.S. crops in tariff response. Global Times. Or that won't be good. I don't see that coming out, though, right now. So I don't know where you're getting that from or earlier. That would be negative, but it's not hitting right now. Commerce Secretary Lutnick. Trump wants auto manufacturers and jobs back in the United States. You're thinking of selling your crypto. You just saw it on my wire. I don't know. I mean, again, I see you guys posting it, but that one's not hitting like breaking news right now. I don't know where you guys are getting that one. I'll give it a second. You never know. Trump's embrace of Russia rocks NATO alliance. I see people posting this. Again, I like the China agriculture stuff's important. I'm not seeing that one really. That could have been from earlier in the morning, or it could be referencing something else. Let's see. And then SPY right at VWAP holding. So again, even the Lutnick stuff, it kind of caused a little pop and lock, but nothing else moving. Same with bonds, high and low ticker kind of balancing out right now. Yeah, there is a Reuters one. China targets U.S. agriculture. Updated 10 hours ago, though. So I think it's an update to an old Reuters headline. China preparing fresh global U.S. tariffs. Global Times. Yeah, that's not breaking news right now. It's an update to kind of a comment from earlier. And SPY holding PLD, COO. Bro, honestly, just watch NVIDIA. Because that's it. I'm surprised we're not doing as bad, but NVIDIA is like right near the lows, and this is a big, big level. And it has a lot of effect on everyone. I mean, Mexico's still up. Mexico's up almost 1%. That Canada pop was vicious, but then it came back down. Then SPY's still holding. So let's see here. But generally, you got Howard Lutnick comments. A lot of people are reiterating this China tariff stuff. It seems more like opinion and kind of leading from 10 hours ago. And then UK Starmer says must use defense spending to rebuild industry. All right, little bit of reds right there. MSTZ. Again, ARGI. If we pump oil like mad. If we have low oil, it'd be great. Again, at least for inflation. Russian bans the Japanese foreign minister from entry. That one's weird. I've never heard Japan-Russia beef. All right, SPY starting to get reds now. Let's see. Just gave up that whole pot. Like I'm saying, I think it's NVIDIA. I mean, we've done this a couple of times, and even last week. I think the market's handling it very well today. Now the Dow Jones has finally gone red. But when it's all said and done, I mean, that's going to have a big effect. I mean, NVIDIA is the biggest company in the world, and even today it's down 5%. Screw tape letters. Fire, baby. You listened to it with you and these 6 kids. Let's go, baby. Father Bonic. My man. It's a great one. It is a great one. So again, Perico and some of the healthcare names are still up, even though XLV, I believe, is down. Oh, no, it stayed the pinned. SCO on the high, so watch oil. Would I do commodities on the long term? No. Again, I'm going to do medicine. Just don't ever forget this for the rest of your life. My version of energy is medicine. So, you're always going to need energy. You're always going to need medicine. So I like biotechs and healthcare. Those are the ones I have always added to my long term. So over the years, I've never been a guy, although I know about energy and, I know how things work in this space and it's fascinating. I never, I don't think I'm going to make my money off energy. Literally just healthcare, biotechs, even health insurance. Those have kind of been what I used as energy. Train traffic interrupted at Vienna main station as police investigate a threat. In Vienna? Yeah, exactly. You make money in commodities, like trading. Or if you have a lot of money, commodities are great for you. But, yeah, I don't really see it as a long term. Vienna, Virginia. I think Vienna, like Europe. O is on the high. Speaking of which, where's MP Dubs? They came down. So let's see. Got a nice free play the other day. Apple, I think it's an interesting company. I mean, probably one of the best. I like services. I like the cash. I mean, they've kind of lacked in innovation, and I think whatever happens with China and, production and all that will be key. But generally, I mean, it's one of the best companies in the world. I wouldn't buy it right now for the long term because of the price, but it's a good name. Speaking of which, Google staying down. Let's see, Whirlpool. Abivi's killed it, too. That one got me excited. growers don't want. I'm telling you, man, it's deadly. The ON culture is spreading. It's literally everywhere. Oh, is Ultra still up? Yeah, bro. Abivi's killing. Spy's still holding. So, again, this is right where we got the Lutnick comments. It's, believe it or not, NVIDIA is still down almost 4.5 or 5%. So, we'll see. Soundwave, welcome. Welcome. At what point am I comfortable adding AMD? I am more comfortable timing you out for the rest of the day. Why? I just chat. You were here on Friday, too. I just answered this question way too much, you guys. You already know the answer. So I'll just let y'all sit on it for a little bit. Take a lap. Just take a lap. Come back to me. So honestly, or just wait. I'll let you guys know what I end up buying on the long term. But yeah, it's just such a terrible, just, you know, I don't want to spend too much time talking about names that are still up so much. What up? Oh, cool. What up, Soundwave? I have 2 deposits. I remember we used our first deposit this year, and we got the, what's it called? We got NVO, so I couldn't wait, sadly, and I got too aggressive at the beginning of the year. We bought NVO, but I saved up the last 2, so February, and now we got March. Intel bull flag. ON's at Costco? I didn't know that. I don't know if we're going to repeat Friday. Friday, if we get the right headline. Remember, Friday was kind of crazy, though, because you, like, went up, sold off, and then, again, Friday and the Zelensky thing was crazy, bro. And that added some volatility. But we are coming up. Remember, we were very close to 6,000 in the morning. So if we can get back up, get a little bit of that relief, it'll be nice for now. But we'll see where it leads us. February on Intel. I was considering it. It was at 18 or 19. That one was fire. I like that. See? So you got some good ones. If you get some good ones, you wait. If you don't have cash, you wait a little bit. But either way, just don't ruin a good portfolio if you're sitting pretty. Wells Fargo and financials are going up. SPY just broke out a little bit. So like I said, watch those calls. The premiums did come up now. So I'm eyeing some of those. MPW got knocked. I mean, you might get good tariff news. Again, he said they're going to decide for it today, so maybe that's the good sign. It doesn't sound negative already. And then, again, we made money on those. Those calls on Friday were 1,000%. And I gave you guys a good one. That was just all off of the Mexico thing. So like I'm saying, here in Lutnick, I'd watch the calls out there. I sent out a stream alert as well. And they've already went up about 20%? Yeah. Even end of the week premiums went up 20%. Short-term premiums have already went up about 30 or 40% since I told you guys to watch those. So again, right here, it was just all during that little drop in pop. Yeah, MPW is getting knocked. Financials going up too. CBC correspondent tweets, I'm told by senior Canadian source that Trump admin has not at this moment reached out formally to notify Canada that tariffs are coming. They don't have to, but they have done this in the past. So, rumor, listen up. Rumor going around right now. They're saying, that this is on Twitter right now, but they're saying that the Canadian government source says nobody's contacted them yet about tariffs, and then in the past, they did. So you could take that as another good sign, but that's just pure rumor and people going off of the fact that Canada technically has not been contacted yet. So factor that in how you please. I like the Canada currency move. That one made me more excited about anything. And then look at Mexico now. Mexico might break out. If the currencies get a bid, that's it. I think that will tell you the story of how people really feel about all this shit. MX on the high ticker's kind of gassing, bro. Look at that. Look at that right there, and it's 740. Let me give you another check. We've gone through another hour. Again, Monster or MNST, and then Pepsi, value play still moving. MSTR in the low. So right now, Dow Jones, you got 19 in the green, 11 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 79 in the green, 21 in the red. And then SPY 3. Bro, this is all NVIDIA. This is bullshit. Bro, everything is green right now. And then XLF? Whoa. Oh, it's like, is that real? Yeah, XLF, I thought that candle was real, but it wasn't. But watch out. XLF starting to move down. BTAI again. Big pop. No, bro, but literally you have 70 names on the NASDAQ in the green. That's it. This is just, I think this is just NVIDIA. Just bringing you down. Again, the Dow Jones, 17 in the green. That one's still green. And then SPY, just 371 in the green. Vienna Central Station evacuated over threat. Large police operation underway. So Vienna clapped. See when, again, SPY back to VWAP, so those premiums came back down. You got your little move. And now you're chilling. I need to go to the bathroom. Almost 13 minutes till the top of the hour. They're talking rare earths. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Watch MP if they're talking that, yeah.
And then Paragon and sort of around the world that rare earth materials really drive physical AI and defense for the future. It's really the future of warfare, and we can get into that. But so I think that's why it's the title track to sort of what is a much bigger overall thing.
And the absence of, say, Ukraine as a supplier means you'd be more beholden to China instead?
Well, we produce and refine materials in the U.S. today, and the reality is that even if we had a deal tomorrow, there's not a lot of great drilling information. Certainly, we'll do our part if called upon to go out there and do it. But you're talking about a minimum of 10, 15, 20 years to bring some of that stuff online, just because you have to drill, you have to get a lot of infrastructure. These things are, think of them more of like an oil refinery than sort of a big, just open pit where you pull stuff out of the ground.
So do you think the administration is overemphasizing how much we need this?
Oh, not at all. In fact, so for example, David in the last hour mentioned that Adam Jonas report that was out talking about humanoid robotics with Tesla. If you believe those numbers, you believe a percentage of those numbers for the physical AI boom, over the next decade or two, we need dozens of these mines. Just to give you an example, a simple humanoid robot needs 8 to 10 pounds of rare earth magnetics in it. And so I don't think there's a real appreciation for the scale of this stuff that really matters. And when you look at what China is doing, Unitree, their leading robotics company, had a very prime seat in front of Qi in their private market symposium a couple weeks ago. And so they are very far ahead with this supply chain and downstream into the robotics. And I think there's a real concern, as there should be, that this is a major national security issue.
I mean, it is the downstream GDP in a way that's so much larger. It's only, what, a $15 billion overall market, I think your CFO, if I read correctly, was quoted as saying?
Yes.
So the numbers are not that large, but what they enable, I guess, is far larger.
Absolutely. That's the point that we really stress to make, is that, yes, this is sort of a niche, and, it's the title track of a much bigger album, so to speak, in Ukraine or in other areas, but there's trillions of dollars. If you think about the AI boom that we have right now, a lot of people talk about where's our return on capital. Physical AI over the coming years is really, that's what we're talking about. And that's trillions of dollars. And if we don't have these upstream materials, or at a minimum, if these upstream materials are utilized as a form of strategic advantage, then our companies are going to lose out. And the Chinese are already downstream. And so it's a real concern.
Yeah, even with advances, though, that require fewer, magnets, if I can, for lack of a better term, or lack of a complete understanding here. You think that there's always going to be a need for these rare earths, despite what typically are advances in the ability to use fewer of them?
Yeah, well, there's no question that there's going to be advances. There's no question that there's evolution in technology. But I think the simplest way to think about it is, whatever can be done without a rare earth magnet can be done much better. And so there have to be advances. There's going to be use cases where they're not going to be necessary, because we just don't have, if you believe the billions of robots,
the guy talking is MP
of these mines. So something's got to give.
The guy you're listening to is MP CEO.
in particular,
That's why
when
it's
we
starting
think
to
about
pop up here.
national security needs, where we would need
Hims on the low.
certainly a
Spy just
number
at the
of
same
more
spot as the
minds.
Lutnick comments.
I'm sure if you
To Trump
just go on
chat,
apps and see
baby.
some of these videos of these
HRL,
robots walking around
Pepsi,
China,
you're getting
it
more
literally
value
looks like Terminator
rotation.
2. And so there's going to be use cases where it's going to be actually more than we even
Like
think.
the
And so
video.
we have to get going on this.
So you're
supply chain.
saying we have to take Greenland? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what's interesting
Isn't that
is
a part of the appeal
I
there?
do on the high.
It's a funny question because we get asked,
Yeah,
Greenland,
watch if
Ukraine,
China
all
wakes
these
up
things.
right here.
So we are 100% of Western production in California today. We are 12% of the global rare earth supply at MP.
Are the K-Webs down? I don't know. Why don't you check?
Significantly with
That'd be a good thing
federal
to do.
government and state governments
But I
facilitating
think K-Web
that.
right
and
now,
that would be substantially lower
stock is
cost
up,
than
but I don't know if
Greenland
the
or
premium's
Ukraine.
hit. I haven't checked
Again,
yet.
we'll do our part.
Wednesday
We're
is
the
the
only
meeting.
ones who can really do this in the Western world, but we can do it much lower cost at our site and other places.
They said, all right, commercial break. Get him out of here. That was MP CEO. Again, MP, they went up. Who was the other one? FCX. Freeport, Libya announces first bidding round for oil exploration in 17 years. NOC acting chairman. So watch oil. Let's see. I feel like it would bring oil down a little bit. But yeah, first Libya oil bidding in 17 years. And then MP still going up. Again, that's who you just listened to. That was the CEO right there. But not bad. Not bad at all. Is oil popping off that? Oh, it's going up. So again, oil's still down on the day. Bonds are doing great now after all that. Remember, the data was not pretty. And then also, too, do you guys remember on Friday we had the bad GDP data, and then we were just too caught up with the Ukraine stuff, and then we had the Mexico headline. But just remember, this bad data, it brought about a reaction last week, so that's what we're going to see. Again, if we get more of that. Nutrinix, NTNX on the high. There it is. We taking over one rare earth at a time. We take it over at the top. Starmer wants to do more work to look at whether frozen Russian assets can be given to Ukraine. That's Nutrinix, not Nutrinix. Oh, my bad. My bad. Him selling off. Where's Palant? Hims. Where's the other one? Kava. I want sweet greens, but we should have bought it when I told you about it at $7. So, yeah. I know Mosby, you want that, but I'm going to wait. Or $11. $11, $12. That's the sweet greens price. It's actually pronounced Nutella. About Geo. Oh, I did. I didn't look into it, though. I remember I was going to, and I got distracted. Were you saying that they benefit off like the contracts or something? That sounds so familiar. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't really invested in the prisons. I just don't know how they operate. And then my thing with them is that nobody was buying these until Burry said to buy them. But yeah, I'm not really. I have zero experience in investing in a prison, so I don't even know the economics of it all. They own the tracking device. Yeah, I don't know. It could be a flip, but I wish I knew more about it. But even if I did, I don't know if it'd be a long-term play. It would probably be a flip. Yeah, UNG, Boyle moving around. That's literally on the high right now. It feels messed up investing in those. That's not the reason why I said that. Do you know Nike uses child labor? Do you know the crimes that Pfizer has committed? Are you familiar what Apple does? And do you remember Foxconn? And they had to put up nets in the, so the whole point is, yeah, I think you know. It's not nothing to do with that. If that was the case, I'd run away from the stock market. ERJ. Oh, yeah, it's in Briar. Yeah, they're killing it, actually. Didn't they get that deal with the private jet company the other day? Or somebody bought like a bunch from them. Sprouts, dude. I think Sprouts is a great company. I just can't buy it now. But I don't know why it's outperformed like that. But yeah, is it SFR? Right? Or Sprouts? I thought it was SFR. Is it SPR? No, what am I? SFM. Yeah. Bro, they killed it. I don't know how they're doing that good. So it's like I wish I grabbed it when it was lower, but I never thought Sprouts would do this. I've known Sprouts my whole life. I shopped there, but I never really thought it would I never thought it would move like this. 30 to 150. So I think it's a good company, but I don't know about investing here. MSTR selling off. So watch out, all the crypto names. They're coming back down a little bit. Not heard any Baba talk as the monster. What do you mean? Baba's literally the most talked about thing right now. So again, China is up 30% year to date. So Bitcoin is down like 26, but ever since DeepSeek, China has been talked about a lot. Apple CEO just posted an AI teaser video. Let's see. Oh, I'll probably get banned for playing it. There's something in the air. This is the video that Cook just posted. There's something in the air. Should I wear a mask? No? Okay. That's what he said. Egyptian sources, arrangements for Arab meetings to console. Yeah, on Wednesday, Egypt is holding a meeting. Bro, Monster's selling off. MSTR on the low. The indexes or the inverses. Damn, MSTR gave up 12%. My goodness, how you doing? You're sick as a dog? Oh, I hope you're doing. Bro, I feel like everybody got sick. So a lot of people reported in this morning. A little bit under the weather, baby. So be careful. Drink some water. Get some rest. You'll be good to go. Who was it? FCX, not FTX. And then MP came down a little bit. Again, SPY is starting to drop now. So watch out for this. Everything's already in the red now. Damn, even Pfizer gave it up. Pfizer just gave up, 1%? XLV still holding. Staples are up. Financials gave up a little bit. But get ready, Chad. We've been here for a couple hours, or at least, one and a half right now. You had a relief. Kind of gave it up here. NVIDIA dragging down the market a lot. And then now we did get some comments here, but about the trade war and all of that. But now we're breaking out to the lower end. If we go any lower, I mean, you might run testing a new low of the day. KDP, yeah, bonds are still holding. And then, I mean, staples are kind of mixed. That's like the weird part. Some staples are doing very well. Some are still doing poor. So it's not as clear cut as Friday or like last week, but we're working our way into there. Yeah, Starmer wants to do more work. We've got all headlines. Yeah, China started moving up there. Baba Baidu. Yeah, Trump at 1:30 Eastern with TSM. They're going to be announcing something with AI. And then there's KWeb again, so that's starting to climb up. China. Dude, in Breyer again, ERJ. So watch KWeb. All the China players are waking up. Pfizer just flushed big, and now bonds too. Bonds back to red. So Pfizer just went green to red on that. Again, that's like the only healthcare name, low-key, that's starting to move down. SMCI. Oh, they were doing good earlier. Baidu, Baba, KWeb again. So be on the lookout for that. Tesla. No news on NVIDIA. I think it's still the post earnings, and then sadly the other one is there. Oh, I did get your email. This is what I would say. If you want to trade for a living and do it appropriately, you make the move once you're making enough money as your normal career. Very simple. Ideally, too, I would get a house. If I know it may sound like you're like, oh yeah, I'll just let me buy a house, but that's one of the better situations too. So if you can find a way to get your income or make sure you lock down equity in your home, that's a great way. But on anything, whether it's trading, starting real estate, moving to your side hustle to full time, you do both at the same time. And then once you are making enough money to cover one of the careers or making as much as the other, then you move over. But until then, I don't think it would be wise. Yeah, it's pretty much just longer, drawn out, balanced budget. So again, just like I tell people in real estate, some people start their jobs, and then while learning real estate, and they still work a job, and usually you switch once you're doing enough transactions to switch over. So I like multiple things at once, though. I think you should be making as much income as possible, and even then, let me put it this way. Even if you do trade for a living, even if everything has gone good, I would still try to find a way to make income on the side. So even that's why I like the whole idea of job plus trading, or trading and then make your own business, whatever it may be on the back end. No volume today. I mean, it's not bad. And remember, we came off of some crazy weeks. At 15 million. It's not bad for an hour and a half. We've seen worse. You're getting real close. Problem is working interferes with trading. I would do better focusing on trading. I do often what they better. Like I said, though, you need to have it making you as much money as the first job. Usually people say at least a year of income, or 1 year, 2 years of expenses saved up. But in general, I would just, if you're doing good at trading, keep doing good at trading. But I wouldn't necessarily. I wouldn't try to force a shift. Because like I'm saying, the problem I see people make is that they get good at something and they're like, I want to do this as my job, and then they'll do it, but then that's your only source of income. So at the end of the day, I think a mix of both is gonna take you where you want to be. FTAI short report. Your side hustle should make twice as much as your job in half the time. Oh, that's a good advice. I even think just you should have your income. Once you start making more at the side hustle than the job, then you quit the job. That's it. That's fine. But until it gets there, that's it. And then, like I've said, when it comes to trading, you have no idea how many people I've met like this. Just people really, they want to do trading, and then they'll do it, and then a year or two later, then they're like, well, shit, it's the same situation. You could still get capped in trading. Like I'm saying, just get as many sources of income as possible. Because that's why I'm like, well, you could do a job, real estate, and stocks all at the same time. But in general, just make sure you are increasing your sources of income. That's why I even said, one of the best ways to trade for a living is to buy a house. A lot of people don't again, that makes things a lot easier. You have equity there as well, too. That's one of the best things, but you just got to income. They're talking tariff timeline. Let's see.
Your expertise here.
Who's this?
Process. The
I think it's one of
Republicans, they did clear a
economic
key
advisors.
hurdle in the House, getting their big, beautiful bill. Next, I guess they're going to have to get, the hard work has to get done about where those cuts are going to come from. How do you expect this to play out?
Well, I think that the vote last week was a really important one. I think it's that the House strategy is probably, I think it has a better chance of success than the Senate strategy, because I think that the House needs the border funding that the Senate wants to pull off. They need that in one bill.
Or make a YouTube channel, maybe. But you didn't answer my question from last week,
I think it's important to note that that budget.
Remember when I quizzed you after you lied to me about MPW?
Now that they have
you never answered
budgets,
it.
They actually, the House and
I
Senate
remember.
have to have a
I was waiting
conference
for
to
your
actually
answer.
get even to the budget in the first place.
You didn't answer.
And then the hard part of writing the tax bill happens. And I think that you have differences between the House and the Senate, and that the House does still want to have, Jason Smith has indicated, significant changes to SALT, significant additions to the child tax credit, and even has flirted with including the president's trade agenda in there. So there's a lot of hurdles ahead. I think this is going to play out all year long.
Yeah, Costco sells different gold now. It's not Golden Eagles. Last time I was at Costco, they had gold, but it was something different.
Mark, how can the House use would-be tariff revenue to offset tax cuts? And are you a buyer that this notion of current policy baseline on tax cuts is some kind of budget gimmick right now?
I do think that
you make double what the job pays you, then
been
quit.
Wrong, Carl,
I would go find another
in their
job.
forecasts,
Go find
even
another
when we
job
passed
that'll pay
tax
you
extension
more,
in 2017,
and then you trade in the
grossly
meantime.
Underestimated how much revenue would come in by about 50%. So I think there's a reason to believe that there's a skepticism to say CBS should be the rule maker here. But I think the notion that tariffs are going to generate a significant amount of revenue, I think it's been proven wrong many times before. And the notion of some sort of external revenue service is kind of silly when we know that it's the importer in America that's actually paying that tariff. And ultimately, if you're raising prices, you're going to
Dude, I saw a
demand,
Chinese
which I
one at
think
Costco
is
last
a big
time.
wet blanket on
Like
the
a
economy.
Chinese
So
golden,
I think the notion
like a
that
1
you're
ounce
gonna get
gold
some
thing.
sort of giant revenue off of tariffs is really kind of farcical.
So how are they going to pay for the tax cuts? I know you said there's some high hurdles, but one of them is figuring out some of the pay-fors.
How would I buy a house?
Yeah,
help with
I think
stocks?
the reality is that
because you have equity and you own your home, you have somewhere to live.
Paid for when in fact,
and then
that's
worst case scenario, you lose all your money, you
Americans
build
are
up
the ones who
equity in
keeping
your
those
home.
dollars. But there's no
You're
doubt
going to pay to
that
live
$36
anywhere
trillion in
at the
debt,
same
Sarah,
time.
We need to begin making some substantial changes.
But owning a home has
concern
helped
is
me
we continue
become
to
such
sort
a
of talk about
entrepreneur.
small
You have
cuts
no
here and
idea.
there, and as much
Just
as
end
we
of the
may
day, I've
get
always had the
excited
house
about
I
the
live
cuts
in.
that Doge is making. The reality is the drive of our debt is the entitlement programs, and
It's
the
good for
president has
peace
said
of
we're gonna
mind
take
as
those
well,
off the
too.
table. And until we address those, we're just going to continue.
It's complicated.
To
If I
accumulate
leave, it
enormous
will
debt.
destroy this
That's
small
really
company.
where eventually the
I mean,
conversation
respectfully,
has to
who
get
gives
to
a
is
shit?
What are we going to do on Medicare, Medicaid,
Again,
and Social
it's not about.
Security?
It's
If we're not
literally
gonna address those, we're
you
just
quit
gonna keep piling
and you
up
do
debt.
what you want to do, or they pay you
Finally,
more
Mark,
money.
the Commerce Secretary last night, Howard
I remember
Lutnick,
we talked about it in
raised
the
this
past,
notion
but
of separating
at some point, it's
government
your
from
responsibility.
GDP
You're not. It's your
so
life.
as to obscure,
You know what I'm saying?
I guess the effects
So
of
no
any
one.
Doge
That's
cuts.
it. If they're not willing to pay
Is
you
that
more money,
possible? How do you think
at the end of the
markets would
day,
respond
that
to
they're not going to
messing
care
with
about
the
you when
equation?
it's. They're not
That seems
thinking,
pretty
oh, it's going to destroy
impossible, but
markets
I
if we
also
don't.
think,
They're not saying that.
again,
Why are you saying
we can
that?
be excited when we see
Yeah,
some of these cuts as fiscal
unfortunately.
conservatives and believe that we're actually
That's part of the
highlighting
whole
some of the things
situation.
that are
You either get paid more, or I would go
inexplicable
find
expenses
another
the
job,
government's using
especially if
taxpayer
you're already
dollars.
making more doing
But
other
Carl,
things.
And inevitably, if the executive branch can do this on its own,
Yeah, or
then
ask
what's
for
to
equity.
Stop a future Democrat administration from coming and saying, you know what, I want to get rid of CBP, or I want to get rid of immigration and customs enforcement. And so these cuts ultimately need to be legislated. And back to Sarah's original question.
No,
we have a
loyalty does
shutdown
pay,
coming
but
next
not if you
week.
give your
And I think
loyalty to the wrong
Democrats'
people.
Position is going to be, if you want our votes, we want this funding restored. And Republicans can't pass this on their own. So it's going to be interesting if the president has said last week he wants a continuing resolution. Is he going to sign one that the Democrats put all the Doge funding back in place?
That's what I was going to ask you. Is so none of this budget bill that we've been talking about has to do with the fact that the government might shut down next week. It's running up against this deadline. They need the Democrats for the votes, right? There's some Republicans that just won't vote.
Okay,
for
spy
the
moving
resolution.
again.
So
What's
how do they get
TFPM?
them? And if we do
Triple
shut
flag
down,
precious
is it
metal?
going to be on the Democrats or on Republicans?
Yeah, Sarah, I think that it's a great question. I think that there's some inside the administration who believe that they can win a shutdown. I think typically if one party's in control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, voters look at it and put that party at blame if there's a shutdown. And so I think that Republicans have a real challenge winning this politically. I do think there's some
KDP and Pepsi going. They're not
as good because
I think they're not doing a buy. They're both moving in tandem,
what
though.
What is essential and what's non-essential to keep funding, and so they kind of like that notion. But I think politically it'll be very damaging. And as you said, there's a certain number of Republicans who always believe that it's our job in Congress to pass appropriations bills.
And Coca-Cola, too, LTBR, they're all really moving. And then bonds came down, SPY kind of going down, too, now. And then you guys are saying Bitcoin. Yeah, Coinbase and MSTR on the low, HUT. All the Bitcoin plays are starting to go lower.
Yeah, they're not such big fans of the Doge. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for having me.
Mark
Appreciate
Short.
it.
Thanks, Mark. Still to come this hour, Alphabet just had its worst month in nearly.
All right, tariffs and timelines between PayPal and XYZ. I mean, they're both up a lot, so maybe just wait. But, yeah, I have PayPal. U.S. Secretary of State Rubio thanked UK Foreign Secretary for UK's role in encouraging Europe to provide for its own defense. So just remember, I had this talk on Friday, but every single morning lately, at least a couple of you who have been here for like a really, really long time, and I know you guys, like I interact with you on the daily. So I'm not saying this negatively, but just I hope you guys are like patient because like I said, unless you have a shit ton of cash, I don't think you need to like just be prepared to do nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've watched a lot of names here, but like don't force yourself into a bad position. You know, just because you want to do something and you're like, oh, and like, you know, just because there's a lack of opportunity in the sense of like, you know, a lot of things have moved until it becomes obvious. Don't settle for close enough, if that makes any sense. And that's what I think right now is that I think we've saved up 2 deposits. It's still small, but I think a lot of you guys are seeing stuff. The long term's done very well, and I think you want to buy something, but like I'm saying, just do not force it. And I think there's a lot of things where, you know, a lot of these, that's what I'm saying, from AMD all the way to whatever other names I keep getting asked about. And even just now, like, hey, are you buying? Or like literally same people, I would have the conversation and I would give you a really in-depth discussion as to why I'm waiting. And then 24 hours later, you would be like, what are you buying? Are you going to buy anything? So I genuinely mean I'm not going to buy anything. And that's why I really hope some of you can chill. And I mean that for your benefit. Why? Because like I'm saying, like, what are we talking about here now? You know, it's like you could get some B class, C class property or, you know, these stocks, right? And you're like, oh, they're at like a slight discount. Or it's like, well, wait a minute, you're already fully invested. Why not just wait, and you need cash anyways? So yeah, so just vibe with it. Vibe with it, man. Vibe with it. Well, you can make your own decision, but I think it's a good decision to be smart. Until I don't force it. That's all I'm saying. You know, and I think if you want to go on your own, be my guest and do what you need to do, but let the rules guide you. Let the principles that we have, you know, that got us this far, don't forget them. And, you know, and don't forget about all the other times. This happens every fucking time. You guys don't. This is what I was saying this morning. We're killing it. We are outperforming 10-1 right now, a little higher. AKA the SPY, NASDAQ are 1% or negative. We are up over 10, 15% on this year. How did I do that? It was simply by buying last year. That's why. So you can't, like, do you get the problem? Everyone does this every single time. Stock market goes up. It keeps ripping. The long term keeps going higher and higher and higher. Everybody wants to get involved right here. Again, I'm telling you, nobody was trying to, why weren't anybody, you don't remember what happened? I'll remember, and maybe this might apply to you. Some of you who are asking me on what to buy now that is lower quality, you are asking me to buy lower quality names at higher prices today than you could have bought them right ahead of the election. How come you didn't buy them ahead of the election? Because you thought Donald Trump or Kamala was going to end the world. Yes or no? Boeing on the low. But do you get what I'm saying? And then now we start going back up. The market's ripping to high heavens. Everybody wants to know what they should be buying. So like I'm saying, at this point, when the market's going up and you're riding the wave, you don't need to buy anything, right? We want to start buying when everybody wants to sell. That's what we are waiting for now. That's why I'm saying build up your cash. Unless you have more than 50% cash, I don't think anything has happened recently with any stock that is like, oh my God, we should buy it. Hershey's, that was the closest one, and then that already went up there. I wouldn't get MO. Forget MO. You missed MO already. I like MO. I think it's a great company, but, literally our last purchase was at $39. So again, you could chase them on the way up, maybe buy MO. I don't know, because you're going to get mad at me if it keeps going up, but it's just like BABA. I don't buy it when I'm up. Somebody said I would have missed BABA if I listened to you. No, if you listened to me, you would be up 100%. You would have bought it when it was cheaper. I just don't like buying into the momentum. You got to be careful of the greater fool theory. I like names that I like, 10 years minimum. I buy them. I don't want you buying them ahead of time. But long story short, just put your seatbelt on and get patient if you don't have a lot of cash. If you have a lot of cash, you should know what to be buying right now. They're value names. They're trading lower. Pfizer, UPS, they're not hard to spot. But if you don't have a lot of cash right now, don't worry. Don't settle. Don't try to, again, it's like, I feel like some of you just got out of a relationship and you're looking for a certain type of girl, and then you meet a girl with one of 5 qualities and you're already ready to marry her. And I'm like, no. I want 5 out of 5 qualities, okay? 5 out of 5 qualities is what we need. Otherwise, we wait. What if you have 10K cash? I don't know what that means relative to your portfolio. So if you have 10K cash on a 20K account, I would go look for a Pfizer or a UPS. If you have 10K cash on a $100,000 account, I don't think you need any. You're not in a rush. I like Estee Lauder. That one's down there too. There was times where it was lower, but at least you are buying it near one of the low ends. But I like this. I like this better than other names. But again, I'd only be buying if you have a lot of cash. Eli Lilly on the high. Pfizer and UPS are value names that I like. Yeah, Pfizer I'm still down on, but it's still up a decent amount on the year. Or at least from the low. And then UPS, I haven't bought them yet, but that's a name I've been eyeing. You got 25K in cash on a 140. You're right there at the limit. So 28,000 would be 20% cash. So you're right there. So you're good though. That's what I'm saying. You're right up there. You have a lot of cash. Anything after like one more deposit or whatever, anything after 20%, you could be a little bit more flexible. Anything prior though, or like I'm saying, I don't think you have to rush anything. Nuke on the high, NUKK. Trump, I mean, it could be a big one with chips, but at this point, I think we are waiting, again, all the data this week plus the trade stuff between tonight and tomorrow. I like UPS here. I just want to get better quality of a name because I've already bought so many of these value names. And again, that's why we've done well. So I like it between 120 and 110. I think it can go a little lower, but I am kind of just trying to wait for better quality. And again, I don't have a lot of cash. I bought when people weren't buying. So now I could build up cash while everybody is scrambling. So that's kind of the general idea, but I don't have cash and it's coming at a good time because I could build up cash while everything runs instead of, trying to catch up or, get my gains in other areas. Is this a new all-time high? I think it is. 2725, yeah. So new all-time high on the small account. What is the upside or the value? Well, just UPS, it meets the long-term criteria. I use them. I ship packages with UPS. I've received packages with UPS, and I think they will be here for 10 years minimum. Like I said, the problem, don't be worried about growth rate. Don't be worried about the big mistake people are making is they're not buying quality companies. So UPS may be low right now, but like I'm saying, most of you understand UPS, and you've known it more of your life better than any quantum computing stock ever. Yes or no? Think about it. That's what I'm saying. These are the names our long-term is built off of. You know, all you need is names that you know and use. That will take you a long, long way. That's every name in our portfolio is that unsophisticated. Again, Abivi, one of our best ones, Botox. I just knew my sisters got Botox. Everybody I knew in LA and San Diego got Botox. That was it right there. Isn't FedEx going to cook them? Don't worry. Again, this same logic. This is why I want the long term so simple. This is why I will even ban some of you for making it so unsimple. If you want to get all like, I'm Wall Street, go hang out with Wall Street and figure it out. But even then, they're going to scam you. And what I mean by that is like, it reminds me of Netflix at $100. So you don't remember when we bought and that's a good example too. Remember when we bought, like I said, right now, wait till everybody wants to sell stocks, then we're going to buy. That's what happened when we bought Netflix. But again, Netflix was just like UPS at the time. Obviously different companies, but you didn't have to overthink it. You knew what Netflix was. You thought it would be here in 10 years. It was trading at a 5-10-year low. So that's why we bought it. That's it. And you could have said, oh, Disney's going to crush them. This is going to crush them. Oh, the growth rate. Oh, this, that. It doesn't matter what it was. Fact of the matter is, if the company is successful, they're already making money, and they survive for 10 years, and if you believe they will survive 10 years, that's it. As long as they stick around, that's usually going to be good enough. As long as it's a name you know about, and it has had success, and you know about it because it's already involved in your life. So, yeah, that's why, like, a UPS, I think, is perfect. Every single one of you knows what UPS is. What can Brown do for you? You know it. It's just simple. That's all it is. It's at a multi-year low, pays a dividend. It could get worse. It could go down to 80, but generally I don't think UPS is going to disappear in the next 10 days, 10 years. And if it does, you're screwed. If it doesn't, you'll probably make money. I mean, SPY ran up a little bit. We've just been dancing around. It's 11:30. Let's get some push-ups. So get ready, Chattadonia and NVIDIA pop. It is time for push-ups. We've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoke gang. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. I'm going to do planks. Bro, are you ready? I was doing ab workouts on the weekend, bro. You know that? My girl was watching TV, and I would just be doing planks and crunches right next to her. Bro, are you ready? Chad, I'm getting a six-pack. After like 2 weeks of abs, bro, my little like V is showing up. You know, like, you know, the obliques and you know, like the little V shape. Bro, I'm getting the V. I haven't seen this V since I was 18 years old. Do you understand? So, yeah, I'm a big fan of sit-ups and abs now, bro. Dude, it's crazy. No, bro, it's crazy. I don't have a six-pack yet, but it's cutting up, bro. It's cutting up. I know, bro. I need it. The diet's good, but like, dude, I neglected core. So that being said, move around. I'm going to do some planks and a couple of sit-ups. SPY, after that little pop, just went down. What the hell? And then A and F, yeah, man, move around. Hour a day, bro. It'll help you out. Can I do every day? I'm sore. I got sore. Like, dude, my core is just like wrecked. But I feel like I could do it every day. So that's what I'm going to be
closing
on.
price in Hong Kong. Plus, Baidu planning to raise $1.4 billion with an offering of offshore bond sales. According to sources, the deal may price as soon as Wednesday and would be the first bond offering for China's leading search engine since 2021. The deal also comes before the company must repay a $600 million security that's due on April 7th. And finally, Chinese AI
I'm waiting till it
startup
doesn't
Zhipu
end so I can
has raised more than $140 million as interest in domestic AI rises following DeepSeek's meteoric growth. The financing round led by local government-backed firms and joins existing backers Alibaba and Tencent. Zhipu was last valued at about $3 billion during its last funding round in May 2024. Jackie?
Coming up, investors are valuing ByteDance at $400 billion. Mitchell Green of Lead Edge Capital will join us to.
Planning Nana's birthday? The new Microsoft 365 with AI can help you summarize.
All right, I did 50 seconds of a plank.
Level.
There you go. All right.
He wants it
Finish them
at,
up,
and
Finish
also
them up.
the
Move around.
2.3%.
2.5 hours, bro. It's already euro close.
It comes ahead of a big ECB meeting decision later this week where they are expected to cut rates again. Carl, the defense names have been stunning, and it comes after this, obviously disastrous meeting between Trump and Zelensky, and then you had European leader after European leader on X, and then on the sidelines of that summit over the weekend, committing to Ukraine and also committing to rearming Europe and spending more on defense. On average, the EU spends just under 2%, 1.9% of their GDP on defense spending. There's been talk that they have to get it up to 3% or more, according to the head of NATO and some of the leaders.
Yeah, it remains to be seen what cuts they're going to have to make to some of their domestic budgets to make room for that. But Coalition of the Willing is now sort of an ex-US group that's forming. Big headlines, especially with Starmer over the weekend. Meantime, we remain in the red here. S&P's down about 7. Let's get post to post with Bob Pisani. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Carl, a bit of a choppy, indeterminate day. Energy's lagging, but more importantly, again, tech is still having a hard time, big cap tech. So all the big names here, NVIDIA, Broadcom, Microsoft, Apple, the three biggest semiconductor names, NVIDIA, Broadcom, and Taiwan Semi all week today. So it's weighing on the semiconductor. You heard about this news here. Taiwan Semi expected to invest $100 billion in chip manufacturing plants in the U.S. We'll get more on that a little bit later in the day. But generally, big cap tech is having a hard time of it, including even software companies. ServiceNow is about where it was trading back in October, not even November. So service names are having a big software names. The one to watch here is Vanguard Growth. This is the one I always pay attention to because it's basically, you want big cap tech. Essentially 50% of this is six names, really. Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Meta, Amazon, and Tesla. So when that starts moving, this was 430 a month ago, down about 8%. This is an example of the struggle of big cap tech. For the S&P, you know what happened on Friday that was very interesting? We dropped 5% from the recent high. That was, mid-February, the recent high? We dropped 5%. End of the month, got a little bounce. So maybe some interest buying the dip at 5%. Maybe it's the end of the month, but we did bounce a little bit there. For March, very choppy, kind of hard to describe it. If you go back 20 years, 21 years, it's the fourth best month of the year. The average gain is 1.2%, but it's been very turbulent in recent years. In fact, it's been down for the last 10 years. Remember March 2020? Don't even remind me. But so let's just say it's been choppy for the last dozen years or so. As for the market issues, you know what's going on here.
My abs are still sore, but I'm still doing like sit-ups. Is that bad?
Concerns, budget concerns, Doge concerns. We've got tariff risk. We've got growth slowdown potentially. The numbers we had for the numbers this morning were fair, not great, I would say, and inflation and Fed rate cuts as well. And of course, remember, the market's expensive, guys, so there's more risk right now to the downside necessarily than to the upside. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Bob, thank you. Time now for a news update. Courtney Reagan has it for us. Morning, Courtney.
Hi, Sarah. The man accused of killing 7 people and injuring nearly 50 at a July 4th parade in suburban Chicago pleaded guilty this morning. Robert Crimo III withdrew his earlier not guilty plea in the 2022 shooting just moments before opening statements were set to begin in his trial. He faces life in prison without parole. The Supreme Court declined to hear a conservative group's challenge to Indiana University's policy for monitoring and reporting bias-motivated incidents. The justices turned away the Speech First group's appeal at a lower court's ruling, denying its request to block the policy as a violation of free speech at the public school. The group so far has sued at least 9 universities over their speech policies.
You got a nice little six-pack.
And crews in both North and South Carolina are battling wildfires that are spreading amid dry conditions and strong winds. One of the largest is in Horry County, that's near Myrtle Beach. Officials say the Carolina forest fire is blanketing the area with heavy smoke today. Carl, back over to you.
Courtney, thank you very much, Courtney Reagan. Still ahead this morning, President Trump's announcement of that planned strategic crypto reserve has coins and stocks in the space.
Wrong with my voice.
Strategy, one of the winners this morning, but off the session highs.
Like I'm telling you, bro, ever since I've been doing the abs, it's been great. Oh man, but all right, man. I hope you got your push-ups. I hope you moved around a little bit. You see, we got freed up. Trump to meet today on Ukraine next step, Axios. We will see. And then 6-month bills coming out. It's coming across the wire. Oh, we could almost get there. You guys think we could get 700 likes? Is that too much? Maybe 100 likes? I don't know, but 2,000 likes will free the Chad and the news wire. Until then, yeah. Longest streak above VIX. Well, 15 is normal. Just when it stays elevated. Last week was the longest streak of the year. Oh, and the longest streak of the Peach, baby. Peach Nation, we're already standing up. Get your ass up. Oh, no, let's go. The Peach streak, baby. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, my man. Oh, and Teddy. Ran out of money plenty of times, but I never ran out of hustle, baby. Working for UPS got me the long term in my house. Oh, he's in UPS. Let's go, baby. That's a good stock. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Hey, what was it called? The conveyor belt traders back in the day, too? You guys had the plug. Woo. Finger to the sky, baby. Shout out to Peach. Bradley Frizzle, man. How you living, man? You have a good weekend? Are you ready for March, man? Even then, you guys know it's first quarter, and we already got the Peach. Are you kidding me? Stop it. Stop it. Oh, man, he don't miss. He does not miss. And then SPY now, near the low of the day. Again, bonds went up, and a couple of other things moved around, but so far, kind of awkward. Kind of just, actually, I like it, though. Because, again, last week was, intense. So you are at least chilling out a little bit. I mean, again, it's 0.52. It was a lot worse. Most of the index is up. Trump to hold Ukraine meeting, possible aid freeze. I didn't see that part. I got that other one like a minute or two ago. But, yeah, they're saying possible freeze on aid. So that's negative for Mr. Zelensky. So watch out. See if the market takes it negatively or not. But because remember, I mean, on Friday – do you guys not realize half of your reaction was the bad Zelensky news? So remember, we were doing this little thing, and then that bad Zelensky news mixed in with the data, that's where we started to, kind of get clapped. So we'll see if there's any sort of negative effect there. But low ticker picking up now. Amazon, a couple of big tech. So watch out there. We probably will move. The velocity isn't that good. Isn't that good for U.S. citizens? I mean, if you're your taxes, but I don't think most people feel the effect of the Ukraine war, if that makes sense. But if anything, it's just along the lines of global tensions and uncertainty. So this really pits. I mean, again, it's already causing Europe to spend all this money, and people are really divided on this issue. I don't know if you guys saw over the weekend, people. After Friday, I gave you guys my reaction. I thought it was bad for both of them, both Trump and Zelensky. I think they both look terrible. But even over the weekend, you had a lot of people arguing. You had diehard Zelensky people and then diehard Trumpers just going back and forth. And then go look at the rest of the world, UK, French, Germany, Greece, Italy, all these other people in the EU. It started to have an effect. So it's a lot of tension. You just can't forget, there's a lot of people who support Ukraine, and there's a lot of people who are tired of it and who don't want to see any war. But that's the real negative issue. You're like, is it going to affect, American citizens? Not you'll feel that down the line, but as of now, it's just more like global partnerships and global tensions. And that word, Michael Saylor.
Michael, it's paid
sell your
to
kidney
keep
to buy the
buying
debt.
no matter what.
You
My
get mad
question
at
is,
me
how
for
much
telling you
are
save
you
10%.
involved? Because I know you've met with members of the Trump administration, cabinet, family members, I think the president himself. So are you involved in advising around this strategic crypto reserve?
I've met with a bunch of senators on the Democratic and the Republican side, a bunch of Congress people, a few members of cabinet, a few members of the administration.
Most people don't know. I found one. You want me to show you the video?
You know me. For the last 4.5
Essentially,
years, I'm willing to talk
do you
about
guys
Bitcoin
know about
to anybody,
Zelensky
anywhere in the world,
and
every day?
Zelensky and Putin in the
Talking to
year
our audience
2000?
about it. So were you surprised that
I have
in the
a video
announcement
clip
over the
for you.
weekend, the president
Is that something you'd be
mentioned
interested
other
in?
smaller coins like XRP, Solana, and Cardano, as well as Bitcoin for the strategic crypto fund?
I'm not surprised. I mean, I think there's no way to interpret this other than this is bullish for Bitcoin.
No. It's not the one. Not the one in the heels. I got one. First time seeing it.
That view.
Oh no, it's good. It's good tin. It's not tin. It actually happened. Okay, SPY going down. AXP and financial selling off.
An asset without an issue.
So JP Morgan again, NVS, Coca-Cola, they're going up.
Adopted a more liberal economic policy, and that's his right. He's president of the United States.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you would have preferred it, though, if it was a Bitcoin-only fund.
I believe that the best thing for the country is to move forward with an enlightened, progressive
bonds are ripping part
toward
2.
Digital assets. I think it's worth $100 trillion to the United States, and ultimately there's 4 different assets that people need to come to grips with. A digital commodity like Bitcoin, an asset without an issuer, backed by digital power. A digital currency like a stable coin backed by a fiat currency equivalent. A digital security, an asset with an issuer backed by a stock or a bond so we can tokenize Wall Street. And then a digital token, which is an asset with an issuer that's backed by digital utility. I think everybody's trying to come to grips with that taxonomy. And as the market gets more educated, we're going to see more progressive, constructive policy engagement.
But as it relates to the crypto fund, I guess, one thing people are going to try to figure out, and what the White House is going to have to explain, is why we need that. I get that you think the price of Bitcoin is going up sharply, and you've definitely put your money where your mouth is.
I get that you think it'll go up, but
a speculative asset. So is it just about investment gains for the U.S. government, or is there another strategic reason, say like oil, we have that, where we would need this?
The key to keep in mind is that Bitcoin is not competing with the dollar. It's competing with international real estate, global equities, expensive money managers on Wall Street, and any long-range investment that somebody makes. And so right now we're about $2 trillion in Bitcoin. It's going to 20 trillion, then it's going to 200 trillion.
Trump on Zelensky, worst statement that could have been made.
Coming from overseas.
So Trump's talking
from China,
shit on
from
Zelensky
Russia,
again.
From Europe,
or there's
from
headlines
Africa,
coming out.
From Asia, from the 20th century to the 21st century. So what's compelling about it is if the United States takes a position in the emerging crypto economy, if it buys up 10, 20% of the Bitcoin network, we're going to pay off the national debt. And so why wouldn't that be in the interest of the United States?
I guess the question would be, we're dealing with instruments
you could pay
that
it off on
historically,
paper.
Michael, have had drawdowns.
It does make sense.
You name it. I mean, 20,
no,
40,
like
50%.
it makes sense on paper.
How much risk are...
So like if you own the 10% and the value goes up, theoretically we could say we have the money on paper.
I don't think
but
anybody's
like
ever lost
you couldn't
money in
sell
the
it
Bitcoin network
to get the money to pay for it.
The United States' best investments are Alaska, Mexico, California, and Louisiana. And Manhattan. We're still holding them hundreds of years later.
Trump says about Zelensky comments with Russia, America will not put up with it for much longer.
So
yeah, watch out. Defense names might go up. Again, Germany already popped on it, but you're going lower.
Century capitalists. They're all going to cyberspace.
So again, unfortunately, we just like Friday, we reacted on negative Zelensky comments. So I think you might be getting a little just negative sentiment. I don't think it's going to clap you fully, but wait until we get something around tariffs, or again, Donald Trump will be live in about a year or two. An hour or two.
Eventually decide what
There's
they
no
want
news.
to do and the scale they want to do it.
The Atlanta GDP
There are
even
a
on
dozen
Friday was at
people on
2.8.
it,
That was
the head of the
terrible.
Treasury, the
but
FCC,
even
the
now,
CFTC,
I think you're
Commerce,
getting
the
bad
Attorney
Zelensky
General.
comments. But
The
other than
president,
that,
I'm sure will opine. I'm sure you'll have
that we played was
leadership from Tim
Mexico,
Scott
and it
and
seemed like
French
good.
Hill, both the Republicans and the Democrats.
UNG and
Everybody's
Boyle
gonna
going up.
have their
Watch the
opinions.
currencies.
It's above
Peso,
my pay
Canada.
grade to decide.
Again,
But I
tariffs
would-
in 24
what I would
hours
say
is kind of
this.
the next step.
We bought
and
Manhattan
then bonds
for
on the
60
high too.
guilders. It was a good trade. We bought Alaska for $6 million. It was a good trade. We paid $40 million for 75% of this country. It's a good trade. We can afford it. We should buy the future.
I mean, and you've done this before, you've talked about this before, but comparing a cryptocurrency digital asset that is still considered highly speculative to American cities and states.
Well, Bitcoin's not highly speculative to the 500 million people in the crypto economy. It's the best performing asset in the past 15 years, and generally the best performing asset every single year.
No, man.
My company's gone from a $250 million investment to almost a $50 billion position in 48 months. So clearly, there's enormous economic energy in this asset. It is probably the most certain thing in the financial universe if you have a long time horizon.
I have another sort of, and this might be like a legal question, but as this becomes more
Yeah, low
adopted,
ticker is
and if
almost
we're talking
full of
about a
gas.
strategic
Why is not,
Bitcoin
like,
reserve
totally
or crypto
puking?
reserve, how do you prevent insider trading, front running? You know, there's no insider trading laws because they're not securities. So Trump can just, tweet about X coin and someone can front run it.
The reason that there's so much support for a commodity like Bitcoin is it is an asset without an issuer. No entity controls it. No entity runs the network. No entity can change the protocol. No entity has enough power to impact the market trading of that protocol. That's actually why most of the focus is on the digital commodity. And that's what makes Bitcoin special. Satoshi was the insider. He left 1 million Bitcoin for all of humanity forever and walked away without ever benefiting. And that's what makes Bitcoin special.
Do you think that any other asset should be in the strategic crypto reserve?
You know, I think if you're looking out over the next 100 years, trying to figure out how do you capitalize a nation state or a country, what you want is a digital commodity. But if you have a sovereign wealth fund, then I think it's well within the rights of the leader of the nation to decide to put, proprietary assets, securities, tokens, and the like into it. And of course, the decision will eventually be made through a fairly comprehensive political process over the next 6 months. We have till July 22nd when the digital assets framework and recommendations from the executive order are due on the president's desk. It should be interesting to watch what happens between now and then.
Well, Michael, we certainly appreciate you coming on to talk us through how you're thinking about all this. As one of the biggest proponents, Michael Saylor from Strategy.
When we come back this morning, how the president's crypto announcements causing a major rift in Silicon Valley. Some well-known names speaking out on both sides. We'll get some of those comments after the break.
After the break. Again, I think it might just be negative Zelensky comments adding the negative sentiment, but I don't think it's anything more serious than that. Not to mention, NVIDIA is down by 5%. So I think that's there. Yeah, you just had the Trump comments on Zelensky. I need 300 likes. I'll show you the video. I have it. I have an old video that most people are not aware of Putin and Zelensky. It's actually kind of crazy. It's just a good historical fact that most people don't know of. But yeah, I'm gonna need 2,000 likes for that one. It's good. It's good. I have the video queued up. Everything. I don't know. You might like it. Most people are unaware of this one. I'm begging you to like the video. Oh, you're almost there. I think the chat wants it. They want some of the Ukraine. There you go. Let's go. 100 more. 100 more. It will be there. And you get non-members only, Chad. So a lot. Actually, you get a lot. You get The Wire. You get a video of Zelensky. and you get the members. That's great. That's a great deal. It's a great deal. And then SPY near the low. Deutsche Bank on the low. Again, watch financial. Deutsche Bank kind of flushing. They're up by 1. Financials already flipped by 0.5. Everything's down 0.4 now, minimum. Dow and SPY. Russell down by 0.7. NASDAQ down by 0.6. Let's go. Come on. 100 more. 150 technically. But I think we could do it. This is financial market only fans? No, because they would milk you for money. I ban you. I don't like, you see what I'm saying? So if you don't like our community and culture and can't vibe, I send you somewhere else. So, but be reborn. Make a new name. I hope you didn't have YouTube Premium on that account, but because it won't work on the new account. But still, either way, be reborn. Be reborn, my brother. Be reborn. If I ever do crash out, though, I will make one. I will make a real OF, but I'm good for now. So we'll see. How long did it take to recover from hernia? Oh, months. It was terrible, bro. And then even when you go back to the gym, you can't, like, work out the same. And then I even think part of my core stuff, like, I could just feel my core. Yo, EW, Edwards Life Sciences. Check news on that, up 1.3. EW. 1847. I don't see anything. Because, again, that's one of the value healthcare plays. SPY chilling. You have a hernia. I got mine years ago. It just sucks, bro. The recovery was very brutal. It just for months, it's hard to like work out. Once you get over, that's why I'm glad I need to work the abs out. I think I still have residual ab weakness from the hernia. I think that's what made my core so weak. Is that after I recovered from the hernia, I never did core. So, 1904. All right, one last push. I'm gonna ask one more time for 100 likes. Okay. Just one. We need 100 more. We're right there, Chad. Okay, I want to show you this Ukraine video. That's it. This is our final push. Once we get there, we'll be good. EVTC. Oh, there it is. That final push worked. So listen, we still are 50 likes short, but I'm going to make an investment in you guys. So let me show you this video. Essentially, I showed this to my mom the other day because she was asking me about the Zelensky stuff. And this is like, it's a fun fact. Most people don't know this. So back in the day, there was a time when Zelensky was still like an actor or a performer. He actually went to Russia and performed for Vladimir Putin. And he did several performances at an event that Vladimir Putin was at. And then, believe it or not, Vladimir Zelensky, he made a joke about Ukraine and Russia taking Ukraine to pay off the debt. And after that performance, when Vladimir Putin went home, he actually forgave some of Ukraine's debt. So it's kind of a funny story. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, this is true. So like 25 years ago, Zelensky made a joke about Russia and Ukraine and forgiving the debt, and Putin laughed at it and went home and forgave some of the debt. Most people don't know this. This is a real story. So now that I've told you this story, would you like to see the video? So here it is.
12 years ago, Zelensky and his partner were singing their...
Why doesn't it show up on there?
12 years ago, Zelensky and his partner were singing their hearts out at a New Year's Eve show in Russia. The vibe was incredible. You could tell every smile on Zelensky's face was 100%
Just look at the video.
genuine.
This is the clip
Classic
of it.
actor
You're asking
energy.
how I know.
Even earlier when Yanukovych and Putin
like
were
video
watching a
clips of
comedy
it.
show, guess who was on stage? Yep,
Literally
Zelensky.
him in the crowd.
And he actually shouted to Putin, "Take me with you. Let's call it even for Ukraine's debts."
That's what he said.
Apparently, after Putin went back home, he really did write off part of Ukraine's debt. Netizens are roasting it like this whole thing feels like binge watching a series up to season 6, then randomly going back to rewatch season 1. Later on, Putin had this to say about Zelensky.
That's why I look
He's
like
a great actor that takes talent, deep emotions, but handling things rationally needs a different set of skills. Maybe he has them, but I haven't seen it.
I have like 4 other videos. Like these are all just old Zelensky shit. You haven't seen him like doing the dances and like some of it. It's all like 20 years old, 12, 15. I think that one was 15 years old, and then there's other ones that are like 20 years old. But yeah, a lot of people didn't know that. I saw that. I showed that one to my mom. Thought I'd show you guys. He called him an actor? Yes, because he was an actor. So before Zelensky became president, he was actually the main character in a TV show about a guy becoming president. So Zelensky literally played a president who shouldn't have become president. He played that on TV before actually becoming the president of Ukraine. It's on Netflix. You guys didn't know that? So if you go, what's it called? I forgot the name of it. But you could go watch Zelensky on Netflix. I watched the first couple episodes. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good show, honestly. He's actually pretty funny. Like he's actually not a bad actor. I don't know if you've ever watched him. It's kind of trippy, but yeah. Bro on the high, VRTX. God bless the cult, baby, and the Ancestors family. God bless you, Battleborn. How you living, baby? Happy March. Woo! He said, I'm not playing cards. We're not playing cards. I missed it, 2.8. Dude, that was on Friday. So I even put it on the watch list. I think they gave another update today. But yeah, the GDP, Atlanta GDP was, I'm surprised people didn't vomit more. But yeah, this is the literal chart of it. This is the actual chart of the Atlanta Fed GDP. But they did say sometimes, like, I forgot what it was. There's one factor that like leads to like very outlier reports in the beginning. But for the most part, I mean, ever since last week, you know, the data and everything else just worse. Yeah, did they update it to -3 today? There's something about it that changes it. I'm blanking on it, though. Zelensky said he'll wear a suit when the war is over. I don't even think this suit is a big deal. I think it's kind of humorous that people are focusing on that, but the suit doesn't matter. Because I was trying to explain this to my mom, because she was like, my mom was even saying how like the Egyptians and other people, like people don't like Trump because they're like, Trump sits you down and then gets you to like agree with stuff that you didn't agree with. And I'm like, that's the whole point. You don't go and sit down with Trump unless you have a deal that's already agreed on. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of the whole point with all of it. And that's why I'm like, that's where Friday was a mess, because they should have just talked privately. They shouldn't have sat down and done all of that and scheduled all these trips to, you know, it just didn't make any sense. And like that's why like most people, like, you should know this. You don't sit down in front of Trump unless you have agreed on a deal. Otherwise, yeah, he will sit you down and start talking stuff. And if you guys aren't aligned on a deal, then why, like, don't sit with him. It's very simple. So, or unless it was staged. No, I think a lot of that was, I don't think it looked good. I don't think it looked good for anybody. I think that was one of those things that you just get surprised of. FDA approves Genentech's 10-case acute ischemic stroke in adults. I don't know what that means. You want the members only in the wire? I guess. We do have the likes. It took a little bit, but yeah, we have reached all requirements. So we'll free the chat. And remember, just like they told you in like kindergarten. You know, it's not a right, it's a privilege. So we will free the Chads, but if I can't control you guys and y'all are a little too wild, we'll just go back to members only. So that sound fair? Good. Good. You made that wire? I don't know. I'm going to ban you for 24 hours, though. Why? Because that's your second or third time just asking me shit. I see you every single day, soccer club. So either start acting like it or stop asking me the same shit that you're exposed to every single day. No, you only 24 hours, but, you know, next one will be permanent. You appreciate the privilege. That's good, man. I hope you get a long-term, too. That is what we need. We're free, baby. We're free. Why not talk about Ukraine ending the war? Why not talk about Russia ending the war? I'm just going to ban you, though, because you wasted your first message to try to start war beef. It's very simple. All war is bad. You know where I stand on it. So for those of you who have supported it on both sides for 3 years, I respect the audacity for you to come at me like that, but I think you have gotten things mistaken. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the one who supported any of these wars, actually, ever, no matter what reason or excuse. I think they're all violent and wrong. I would never encourage killing a bunch of people. It's actually wild to think about. The Trump speech is going to be at 1:30. So we're going to get TSM. They're announcing some $100 billion deal, I believe. And then we'll see. Better to leverage debt on real estate or to have two properties paid off? Two properties paid off. You leverage the real estate when a perfect deal comes your way. That's what I was telling the Chad the other day. It's just like, and again, I don't know, Chad, is the Chad who wanted to buy that house in Atlanta here, whoever said they're in Atlanta and they want to cash out, refinance to buy another home or whatever, don't buy that home. It's been on the market way too long. But it's super simple. If you already have equity in these homes, I would not go at it. Again, we had this talk on Friday. A lot of people trying to leverage a property, it's a lot of cost, to go and pull out money, pay the fee, pay the interest on the new money, the new loan, then use that as a down payment on another high interest loan right now. It's not really the smartest idea. So that's why I think the only time you should do it is when you find another great steal of a deal. Somebody's offering you a house 30% off, 40% off, then you do what you got to do. I think you misinterpreted the chat. I'm not going to let you say that shit, Brian. So you could say it nicely, but I think you misinterpreted it. I appreciate your service, but just because you serve the country, I'm not going to let you start throwing around anti-Semitic comments. Although I don't really, try to play both sides like that. Just at the end of the day, come on. I expect more from some of you guys. So don't let the whole freedom of speech thing, don't misinterpret it. But yeah, you leverage once you find the good deal. Otherwise, wait. SEC dangles $50,000 incentive for employees to resign or retire. Ban you? It'd be my pleasure, sir. Have a good day. It's good. I'm marketing it. You guys don't realize the whole ban him. It has created it's like kind of my branding. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're fired. It's like that's like my you're fired thing. You're starting to understand why the chat members don't. Well, do you see it? It's only been 5 minutes, but think about my reactions and the comments we've had. I mean, you haven't seen any of that for 2.5 hours. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. So it's either way though. I like trying. I like giving everybody a shot. It's like the Squid Games. A girlfriend of 2 years just cheated on you, but I still got the long term. Thank you for everything. You're good, baby. You may not enjoy it now, but that's usually the best blessing ever. You know? For real. Amen. Because you could have married her. So, bro, I don't know, man. That's a blessing. It sucks now, but yeah, see you at the gym. I'm sure God has something good in store for you. No, bro, like, I'm really happy for you, bro. Like, you have no idea. Okay, I'll just tell you this. Like, the last time a girl cheated on me, I got so sad. And I was like, oh, dude, because I was like, it hurt, bro. It hurt. You know what I'm saying? But, like, and I thought the girl was, like, normal. But, like, dude, I dodged the biggest bullet ever. So, God is good, bro. Just don't even trip. I'm telling you. It actually might be one of the best things that ever happened to you. And yes, please. Thank you for reminding him. This is the Josh Answers #1 tip. So after you get out of a relationship, what you should do right away is go out to dinner and go buy yourself a meal by yourself. Okay? And I want you to just, once that check comes, I want you to look at that check and realize you just saved double the money. And just realize that and just now and then be like, wow, holy shit. And then you'll be like, man, inflation's not that bad. You know, it was, but not, you know, now it's just me. And be like, I saved so much money. Holy fuck. And then you might realize, you'll be like, what? So you just doubled up your wealth, man. It's amazing. No, serious. Try it. You guys are, you think, bro, I thought Chick-fil-A was like $30. It's not. Go by yourself, bro. I'm just telling you, whatever restaurant you think is expensive, or you're like, I'll just go by yourself and tell me if it's. So good luck, my friends. She was from a millionaire family. Good. You dodged the bullet. She would have probably used her wealth to control you your whole life and roll like a little carrot on a stick. You just dodged a bullet, bro. You have no idea. You would have had probably the most entitled little B word ever. I'm sorry for ripping her right now. I don't even know her, but I'm already figuring out a lot. But yeah, it'd be terrible. No, seriously, though. You need to let your friends rip on her? No, he needs to go to the gym. That's it. Just take it as the blessing it is. And then have fun. Live life. I don't know. As you're not... It's a good time to be alive, man. FMS on the low? Yo, FMS like selling. Fresenius Medical. It's down $1. That should be 3%. It's not loading. Did they halt it? You guys have the wire up, right? Pay attention to that. There's like 3 early drops on the wire already today. So it's kind of hitting. Treat the long term well and it'll never cheat on you. Amen. I mean, the long term is just good, bro. It's like a nice invisible friend. And it'll prepare you guys and just protect you. You know, that's just the one thing. It's good to have that purse, man. You know, to have money for when there's an opportunity, when life doesn't work out well or anything happens. You know, it's a defense. So that's why, like, it's good to have. And even if you make a little amount of money, you know, like just like our small long term, $300, man. We now have almost a year of income just sitting there. So that's what you want. Yeah, I don't know FMS for Fresenius. It's ADR, so I don't know. I don't know if I'd invest in European or foreign medical. It's a dialysis clinic? No way. I like dialysis. I think that's always going to be. I'm surprised they haven't made updates to dialysis. Like, they don't have, like, a new tech better than a dialysis machine. But, yeah, it's an ADR. I didn't know. That's interesting. I like that industry, but I don't like the ADR element. The 300, still on the channel. So these are the same channel. I've been going over them a lot too, man. So this is why I even I could really tell who doesn't watch the watch list. That's why too, the watch list will probably become members only in the future. So I hope you guys could prepare for that, because some of you just ignore the fuck out of it. And again, it punishes our channel. That's why I get rewarded way better when people who want to interact with the videos do. So even during Philo, even the watch list. So that's why. Not only does it focus and help us out, but it does make everything run smoother. But the point is, I don't want to I don't want to be annoying, because dude, every single watch list I have been going over the long term, and I've been pulling up the old charts and all of it. So if you go for the YouTube channel and just go see what's on there, it's all those same plays. Let me see if I can pull it up. But yeah, I keep showing this account, so I keep going over this. This is remember, we started the account with $500. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of the issue there. I know I'm going to keep the watch list, but dude, it's getting, even though YouTube's kind of freed us a little bit, it's just unfortunate though. We need it's just better for the content, and I think the content would get way better exposure if it operated in a different format. So I'm going to try to keep, it'll be there, but unfortunately we might have to switch it, because I got people they don't even get notified when the watch list comes out. Even if I have 50,000 people with the alert bell on. So I don't know if it's YouTube or what, but then again, the momentum of the content changes a lot of things too. But that being said, all of the shit I talk about every day, though, I am repeating it a lot. So a lot of you asking me about it, that's why I'm like, well, if I have to end up repeating it, I don't know if it's even being used. So that's the whole thing, because I'm annoying about the long term right now, and I want to be, but that's what I'm saying. All the small long term, we covered that on Thursday, and we went over it very, very much in depth. And the whole idea is just $300, $200. The part that sucks with the long term is that now my small account is becoming big. So, when I started with, I'm saying, $500. Yeah, that screenshot said 7.2. Yeah, because that was, I don't know if you remember, we had to move the account from Schwab to Fidelity when they, or the new Schwab, or TD Ameritrade to Schwab. But this was how it looked prior. And again, we started it at $500. So you got to realize, when I made this account, everybody was like, oh, you can't do it. The market's too expensive anyways. I put $500 in, added $200 a month. And that's, again, I said it took 2 years to get above $10,000. And then now this is that same account. 2 years to get above $10,000. 2 years later, you're at right under 30. And then, but that's what sucks. I'm like, this is our small account. So the same account that would have looked like this for years, $200 a month, $300 a month, it's still the same small amount that we're using. But the problem is now the account is massive because of all the growth. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. Do I reveal how much I make on YouTube? I have at various points in the past. I just started telling you I've made more on this stream than ever before in my life by going members and by having ads. And then I get paid $20 for a watch list, a video, I think. But yeah, but you should know these answers. I'm banning you now for those questions. Stop wasting my time. All of you guys. Again, you know this shit. Especially if you've been here. Your email, I don't, what was the email on? Spare him? Too late. It's too late. All right. Damn it, already 9/11?
Being pulled out of the yields have obviously come down.
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram.
Tremendously over the last couple of weeks. But I think that the market is obviously resetting on these names that have had. There's been a lot of multiple expansion. Earnings have been good. We've talked about that in earnest over the last few weeks. You know, earnings up plus 16%. But the broadening is real. There is a rotation, and that's why you're starting to see other sectors like staples start to perform.
Weiss, Vertiv, Vistra, Dell, Constellation, they're all down again. I mentioned the buyback at AppLovin, but you know, Joe's not convinced that that's got a lot of steam behind it right now because the stock's been so dramatically upset. There are a number of names within that universe, but Vertiv is right there too.
Yeah,
Again, these stocks, when they go down in bunches.
Yeah, and look, Vertiv's going down for a number of reasons. It's the perfect storm. And as I think I mentioned last week, I let some go. One of the issues is we don't know how much they source from China, so we don't know what the tariffs will be. Now, they won't tell you because I've asked them. However, I believe they could pass on prices. We've seen some hits to the data center theme that I do believe that you could see overcapacity near term for all the projects get built. They have international exposure as well. So, you know, the market was paying up for international exposure if you take a look at foreign markets, but I'm not so sure that's going to continue. So it's the perfect storm of everything that started when they reported last quarter, which I thought was a great quarter, but the book-to-bill going forward wasn't what I thought it would be. So candidly, I don't know what I'm going to do with the stock. The stock's selling at a premium to the market, but the growth is also at a premium to market, and I do think that is sustainable growth. So right now I'm staying with the part of the position I have, but it's not a lot of fun watching it go down every day.
Joe, Marvell's down, was down 4% earlier. Broadcom's down again. That, like NVIDIA, hasn't done anything except go down. For the most part, it's down 7%.
All righty. Why no one's on stream every day? The point is because we have resources that explains everything that people would have missed, and people don't use them and then waste my time asking them. Does that make sense? So not only are we live 7 hours a day, but then there's another hour that is given to recap everything, plus stream alerts, plus long-term alerts, plus every other social media. So, yeah, you're banned for that one too. I don't know. Yeah, like I'm saying, my goal here too, though, is honestly to get rid of the people who are active. Because like I'm saying, if you don't contribute in the right way, it actually adds more of a drag to my channel than not. So unfortunately, I know it may be rude, you guys may not appreciate it, but at the same time, I'm here to help, and I think you'll get a lot of help if you actually use it. But a passive involvement, it's just wasting both your time, mine, and it doesn't really help everybody. So yeah, that's all we got to do, baby. And that's what I'm saying. I think it'll be good. A lot of people have liked it. Some haven't. But end of the day, we're going to end up with long terms and keep going. No, let's get it, though. I want more. Amen, bro. That's what I like to hear. And stay focused and take advantage of all of it. And you'll be good, man. Intel test, I don't know. I'm glad you said that, though. Because, again, that same headline dropped about a year ago. There was another test between Broadcom and NVIDIA with Intel, and it didn't work out. Bam, now I have a long term. Good, bro. I love it. I love it. It's good, man. We've seen a lot of long terms created, which is amazing. Because, again, and be smart, don't be late. Or don't force it. That's all you got to do, man. Just go for the shit that's valuable and cheap, and you'll be good. But I'm actually very impressed with the amount of long terms that I've seen people actually even begin to do, and they've done it well. Some people started off with expensive shit, but, keep it up. Go with the value. And like I'm saying, little by little, baby. Little by little. You're looking for the watch list? Well, youtube.com/thetradingfraternity. Same spot for the last 5 years. Woo! FXI and KWeb. So China Wednesday. That's going to be the meeting. OPEC oil output rises to one-year high before planned revival. Dow Chemicals? Damn. That's a lot. Even UPS at 5. I think even Pfizer's at 6.6 or something. 6.4. So, yeah, NASDAQ futures going up. They are. Dow still red. SPY's actually doing good. SPY might go green. Eli Lilly, XLV on the high. I have seen Kohl's dividend, but Kohl's is shit. Unfortunately, the only thing worth value in Kohl's is their real estate. That's the part. That's why it's so difficult. Say thank you from the lurkers. Well, I appreciate y'all. And listen, even any of the lurkers, no, you guys never take any offense, okay? Because if I got offended with you, I'd ban you, okay? It's not even offended, but make the most out of it. Use your time well. Stay locked and loaded. And just remember, that will benefit you. That's kind of the whole idea. Little by little, and consistency is better than any one-time hit. That's what I was trying to say. Like, even with this stream and everything, and this has been a big long-term lesson I've been telling everybody, there's no such thing as immediate success, and just it's always going to be little by little. Your long-term, even though we hit very good plays, we have 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? Go look at the long-term. I think there's almost 10 plays up over 100%, some as high as 600%. And the whole point is it's never one play that's going to make the difference. It's all one after the next, little by little, and consistent action. That is what makes you the money. That's what's going to have you have an account that only goes up. So as long as you don't forget that, it's all that we're relying on is your ability to be consistent. That's what you need. I think a lot of people are trying to find the right play, the right this, the right strategy, when meanwhile you already have it in your hands right now. Yeah, the big money comes from big consistency. A bunch of these small decisions over enough time. That's how a $200, $300 a month account gets to $30,000. That's where you can make $30,000 in a year and have the same amount in a long term by little tiny ass decisions, just compounding over the years. Gotta stay consistent, man. Shout out to Peach. Woo! Long term, 3K. Nice, baby. That's it. That's good. Little by little. So that's good. If you start your long term and it does good, awesome. But whatever you do in the beginning doesn't even matter, because it is going to change over the months and years, and keep up with it. And again, buy value. Don't buy the stuff that's expensive. We had a talk today. Buy the stuff the companies will be around in 10 years. And how do you know? Because you use them and you've seen them around for 10 years. That's a great place to start. Started long-term 2 years ago. I'm investing $500 a month. That's beautiful. That's crazy. Another Chad, baby Chad with the long-term. Is Intel moving up? Netflix starting to break out. Again, Intel at the lower, NVIDIA. That's the part I don't like. I think NVIDIA is kind of getting in the way. The Creature from Jekyll Island. I have read that, yes. I feel like we all go through that in the market. A long-term call? No, those don't exist. So long options in the long term is not a real thing. That's somebody trying to scam you. Long term is only stocks. So like OnlyFans, we're going to do only stocks. So your long term you hold for a 10-year minimum, but it's only equity. So options don't count. And if you put an option into your long term, I will I will find you in the middle of the night and I will terrorize you. That's what happens. So like ask any Chad who has put options in their long term, they have nightmares. They can't explain it. Their house has creaky noises every time. Like I go under their bed. I like shake the bed. They don't know what's happening. It's a terrible thing. It really is. So if you ask anybody, don't put options in your long term. You got to separate it, or you will get tortured. It's terrible, terrible sleep paralysis, all that shit. You don't want to mess with it. And then the options never leave. That's the part you don't get. Y'all keep thinking you guys know that options are like a random like thought off of Tinder. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think y'all get it. And y'all letting these options into your long term and they don't want to leave. You haven't noticed? And you're like, okay, time to go. And they don't leave. Then they start making a home. And then before you know it, one option, now there's 3 options. And they just don't leave the portfolio. You haven't noticed that? That's what I'm saying, bro. You better get it out now. You better exterminate it. No. You only post, dude. You got banned for it, but yeah. You think you're some kind of genius. You're definitely not. No, ask anybody here. I think I'm an idiot. I say that way too many times. I talk about banning people. It's sociopathic behavior. It's not. It's actually very healthy. I want a boundary. I don't want to be around people that are negative to me. It's actually more sociopathic to be around people who bully you and then try to stay around them. It doesn't actually make any sense. So, yes, I don't think I'm that intelligent. Only thing I have is consistency. That's what I've said. It has nothing to do with your talent, your intellectual ability, your ethnicity, your background, how you were born, or anything. All that matters is that you do it every single day in small amounts with safety. You don't need to be a genius to do that. I'm an idiot, and it worked. And then again, you should have your boundaries. Don't deal with anybody, and you're not forced to do anything that you don't want to do. So same goes for you. Same goes for me. You know what I'm saying? That's all you have to do, man. All you have to do. That was really well said. Which part? But I've said it before. I've never. I think most people who like get mad at like intelligent shit, they get mad because they think they're smart, and then they think some of the shit I say is smart. But I don't believe in my intellect. I really don't. I'm an idiot. Again, believe me. I know money. I know how money works, but I wouldn't call I have been average my whole life. Through looks, through brain, through everything. I am consistent. That's it. I will wake up before all of you, and I will show up every single day, no matter what I feel and no matter what the environment looks like. That right there is what you got to figure out. That right there. You think I think I'm smart? No, bitch. I think I'll wake up before you. That's it. I think you're lazy. I don't think I'm lazy. I don't think I'm a genius, but I think I'm a hardworking individual. Do you get the difference? Like, there's a really, really big difference. I hope all of you can. And I think some of you have talents and skill, but you actually hold yourself back because you don't have that work ethic. You don't wake up early. You're not willing to go up and show up. You need emotions to be proper for you to get out there and work. That, unfortunately, I don't need any of those things. And that right there, nothing to do with intellect, all about a personal choice to get what you want. So, yeah, I think that's what it is. Boundaries, that's it. Just don't fuck with anybody who don't fuck with you. It's very, very simple. And that's not anything personal. You don't have to think you're better than anybody. It just, like I've said, if people aren't, I don't put myself around situations, like I don't hang out at bars, like, you know what I'm saying? That's like calling me a sociopath because I don't want to walk into a bar. That's like calling me a sociopath because I don't hang out with my friends who do cocaine anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, no, it's just a boundary. I don't want to be around people who don't value their, you know, their advantages in life, more or less. That's a sign of autism. I could accept that. That's fine. But yeah, I don't think anything else. I'll keep my boundaries. Little mini philo. You thought you walked by me the other day by La Jolla Cove? When? I was in La Jolla. Was it this weekend? Wait, was I in La Jolla? No, I wasn't. I was in downtown. Dude, I was with a bunch of Middle Easterners on Friday. It was so weird. So, like, I was with my boy who visited. I haven't seen him in a while. He just got back to America. And then my girl was with her friend, and she's Arab. And then they had, like, 5 other Arabs with them, bro. And I was tripping out. I was like, I haven't been around this Middle Easterners in such a long time. I know, I met an Egyptian. It tripped me out. I was like, you're Egyptian? And that's it. So I was like, damn. Damn Arabs, I'm Egyptian. I know. SD from OC, nice. Best restaurant, what do you want? What kind of food? There's a good place, actually. I don't think I've recommended it a lot on stream. But if you're it opens at like 5. Go to the Whaling Bar in La Jolla. It's fire. It's really good food. It's expensive. They have good drinks if you're into that, but even the food, it's overpriced, but it's like it hits, bro. It hits. The Whaling Bar. That's in La Jolla. So I don't know what other type of food you like, but if you tell me what kind of food, tell me your girlfriend's favorite type of food, I'll give you a spot. I've been to Perch. Yeah, that place is nice. Foxio says subscriber expectation for new streaming platform in mid-single-digit range of million of subscribers. Fish and sushi. There's like, if you go to Kearney, if you want like a omakase, what's it? Maru and Hidden Fish. Those are like, it's like $200 a person. Best sushi you'll find in San Diego. Otherwise, go to Lumi. Lumi in downtown. It's on a rooftop, good vibe, and then order the Akira back pizza. You've never had anything like it. It's like a pizza sushi, and it's fire. It's crazy. So, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, the omakases are like 200 a person. Who owns Hidden Fish? Your friend owns it? Oh, I met him then before. I met the owner. He probably remembers me. He was hammered. I was at Hidden Fish once, bro. Dude, this dude was hammered. I loved it. And then one of the other guests got like mad. We were vibing. But yeah, we were there late at night. And then, yeah, I don't talk to him. You tell him I said hi. I don't know him that well. But he was hammered and people were like tripping out. I was like, it's fine. Does he remember me? If he was probably doesn't remember anything that night. He was like hammered, giving all the guests a hug, and then one of the guests got mad because he was like, why is he all up in there? We were just like, chill, bro. Chill. I was like, I like the sushi. Anime in downtown is good, yeah. That's like a great, just, what is it, Japanese fusion with everything? Anime in San Diego, yeah. Downtown. Yeah, it's a good place. I used to like take my girl out there, but now I would just go to the bar. You just sit at the bar, you could still order the food, and then you don't have to wait. The Brazilian BBQ place? No. Oh, wait, like, you talking like, what's it called? Fogo de Chao? I've been there. It's way too early for us to talk about this much food. That's it. You see, look at what you started. And then the video on the low again. I thought they were trying to bounce out of there. So they had that little baby bounce and came back down. 9:30. Push-ups. Push-ups in planks. Time for planks, bro. Oh, yeah, it is Ramadan, too. I'm sorry. Look at that. You guys talking about food this early, and it's fucking Ramadan? I don't know if I could say fucking before that, but still. Either way, yeah, that's cold, man. No more food talk. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that sucks, you guys. I'm sorry. They were like, oh, what about this awesome food that you guys aren't eating? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it sounds good, huh? Where should I go eat right now? You guys could wait.
Pressing toward.
All right, get up. Do a push-up, baby.
High,
Chest this up. Flex the core.
Reasonable valuation, somewhere around 30 times. It's a mid-cap size company at around $25 billion. Since the election, by the way, the EIS, the Israeli ETF, has been very strong. Israeli, second leading exporter of technology in the world. Checkpoint is playing squarely in the cybersecurity theme that's right now dominating the bullish narrative of markets.
Jason, Joe, and Steve all own Uber. Jason, I'm going to give you this. Outperformed, at Evercore today. You can take a look at the stock as well. 115 is their new price target. They believe in ride sharing. They think it's going to kickstart the physical AI revolution. And they are bullish. And they also, by the way, are bullish on the long-term growth prospects of Waymo.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I would agree with this call, Scott. I mean, obviously it was a really strong quarter, in my opinion. Revenue was up $6.8 billion, which is $5 billion more than it was year over year last year, which was a really strong number. Gross bookings were up. The guide was 17 to 21%. Now the street viewed that as being conservative, so the stock sold off around 8%, which I thought was a tremendous buying opportunity. They're converting cash flow at 90%. So I think this stock, the ecosystem, this robo-taxi news was a little bit of an overhang early on, but I think the street is starting to understand that story, and that's why I continue to remain bullish on Uber.
Weiss, as much as you're getting a little more cautious on the market, and you've made that clear through many moves that you've made, what about Uber?
Well, as you recall, I sold some of it, I guess, a couple of weeks ago after Ackman came out, and I agreed with his tweet, but moved it up. I don't see him taking over the stock, but it brought attention to it, taking over the company, rather. So, look, I just think the economics, the good news is on robo-taxis, I don't think they're going to be for a while. The bad news is I can't figure out the economics. It's going to cost somebody more. And that cost is either going to hit margins for Waymo and for Uber. I mean, Waymo loses money, or it's going to increase the cost of a ride. Either way, will slow down the growth of those companies.
Do you think if the economy slows that Uber will feel the effect of it, or do you think because it's a affluent rider, if you would, that they're impervious to that?
I think that they've got some cushion against it, some protection, such as business riders and for the affluent. However, I do think the marginal buyer is going to think twice about that, and where there is mass transportation, go to that.
I don't know if we've seen Uber really go through a weak economic period that they had to navigate.
It's a good point.
Chipotle upgraded today, overweight, price target 70 from 65 at Morgan Stanley. What do you think?
And this is where the tariff conversation comes into play. CEO Scott Boatwright saying, no, we're not passing on the effect of tariffs to the consumers. Chipotle, we're going to eat the tariff ourselves individually. So I think this stock is
fitting for a restaurant.
How novel.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times have they raised prices?
Yeah.
They
a ton.
They maybe more than any other quick serve, whatever you want to call them, have had the ability to raise prices over the last 5 years more than anybody else.
And if they don't, your avocado
I was getting to that, and there's your ability to say, okay, no, we're not going to pass through the tariff effect, but guess what?
And
we
Intel.
Prices on you 3 months prior and 6 months
man,
now.
hopefully
We're
you
going
did
to
a
raise them
push-up.
again.
They've amortized the price increases over the last 5 years.
They've gotten in front of it.
Yeah. Allstate, Joe.
I think
I'll tell you what, insurance company stocks have done well, obviously. This gets
I was
upgraded
telling you,
at
it's up to the
Argus.
company
Just
whether or
gets
not they
upgraded
want to
now,
raise prices.
Look, we talked
So
about
I feel like
just
if we actually do
anyone
get to that
who's
moment,
got homeowner insurance,
companies that
auto
don't
insurance,
will
you're
be
paying
good.
those
But then again,
premiums.
now people are
You
talking
know
about
the pricing power that these companies have
people are
had
talking
as it
about
relates
growth
to
slowing
inflation,
down,
and
so.
collectively, whether it's Chubb or Progressive or Allstate, Travelers, they're all working really well in a financial sector that's taking some form of leadership in the market here over the last 6 months.
All right. Courtney Reagan has the headlines for us today. Hey, Court.
Hi, Scott. Well, the death toll has risen to 2 people in the suspected car attack in the West German city of Mannheim today. Police say the public is no longer in danger in the city center, but wouldn't confirm if the incident was an attack. The state interior minister told a German news agency the suspect was detained and is being treated at a hospital for his injuries. U.S. airline industry group wants helicopters to be barred from some routes near Washington's Reagan National Airport, with exceptions for essential military or medical emergencies. Reuters reporting that according to written testimony ahead of a House hearing tomorrow, the group will call for requiring military aircraft to use a key safety program near larger airports. And instead of boycotting President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tomorrow, some Democratic lawmakers are inviting former federal workers to the speech to protest the mass layoffs. A White House spokesperson told the New York Times the Democrats were, quote, exploiting the American people for political points. Scott, back to you.
All right, Court, appreciate that. Thank you, Courtney Reagan. Up next, new developments in the story we brought you last week about that first of its kind private credit ETF. Well,
All right, SMCI selling. And then Nvidia's at 117. Correct me if I'm wrong, but oh no, we were a little lower. I was going to say, you're getting close to the DeepSeek lows. This is after DeepSeek. The low end of the candle was 116. So we'll find out. About to get a job interview. Good luck, my friend. I hope it works out well. Let's go, man. Let's go. Yeah, under 116 is bad. And remember, too, even August earnings on NVIDIA, I mean, the market had some volatility. It was after the flash crash, but this is affecting the SPY. We're doing a lot better, though. Again, you have more names that are up still, I believe. Let me get you another checkup, but I think it's the same. So Dow Jones, 18 names green, 12 in the red. You're barely red on the Dow. Same with the SPY. NASDAQ 71 in the green, 30 in the red. And then SPY 342 in the green. SMLR, oh shit. I thought that was an inverse ETF of SMCI. Oh wow, DOJ probe. Device maker who tested results in lucrative diagnostics, UNH and other insurers. And then ELF on the low. They were doing good last week for a little bit. Real estate license, wherever it's cheaper, just depends on what state you're in. But just go whoever lets you get the prerequisite cheap as possible. Some places like to bundle up like study materials. Don't buy them. Just get the course that you need for your prerequisite, and you'll be good to go. But you got to study for the test. Fed Muslim, more monetary policy work required. For price stability, long-term inflation are broadly anchored. Recent data suggests downside risk to economic growth. Signs inflation unanchoring would concern me. I've heard of Remax. I don't know what you mean by getting into real estate with them. They're good. They've been around longer than I've been alive. Tyler has a discount for pre-licensing. Oh, yeah, I think we still get him. It depends on what state he's in. Because some states, the one we have is the cheapest, but then like others like Ohio or whatever, it's not. But if you're in Cali, it's really cheap in Cali. 10-year 4.2 again. We don't have any bond auction. We had a 6-month one earlier, but that's it. I'm in Miami. So I think we might have. I don't know. You could email or just look, but like I said, just go prerequisite only. Don't buy any of the study materials. Miami. Bro, I keep getting sent houses in Miami. They keep sending me Miami and Florida. It's so annoying. Dude, the inventory in Miami and Florida, rocketing up. But none of these houses are deals. So I'll buy. I still want one. I'm so glad. Remember I told you I wanted that condo in Miami, and I never bought it. I'm so glad I didn't. But, yeah, I'll buy it off market. If you guys have anything Miami, Florida, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I do not invest in commercial real estate. I have some, but it's mainly residential, and there's like a little commercial attached. But ideally, I prefer residential real estate. Insurance, what part you like? I've always liked all of it. I like all of Miami, but it's not really, like I said, I wanted a condo back when I went like 3-4 years ago, and that's when it was like blowing up. But then things have gotten cheaper, way more inventory, but then now like the prices are very sticky. Why only residential? Because it's the best. It's easiest. It always has demand. You know, that's the stuff you and I mostly use. But yeah, I'm a big, I think residential real estate is it. That's what I was talking about with some of the chads in your first property. Like, you want residential real estate. You don't want a deal. Again, you could live in it. You could rent it out. This is the stuff that has the highest value. And even, in the last 5-10 years, people really started to recognize the value of residential real estate, population, needing to live, all that. There's good opportunities in commercial, and there's a lot of different types of real estate, but residential real estate, I believe, is the most valuable out of all. I've always believed that, and I'm glad I did, because now a lot of people agree with that, but they didn't throughout the last decade. Everyone used to like commercial. Commercial was really, really good, but I've always been a fan of residential because of like utility, and I'm glad. You don't find an issue with not being in the same state you buy in? No, as long as it's a good deal. That's, most stuff. Obviously, if it's your first property, I wouldn't buy houses that are really far from you. You have to realize I've done real estate for a long time, so I have a lot of experience with it, so it's not as weird for me. If I bought a house in Miami, it's not, I've done that many times in other areas, so I don't need to necessarily be there. Single family. I like single family because multifamily 4 units and below are good. They're comparable to single family, but once you start getting more units, even if it's retail, it gets a little bit weirder there. Mm-hmm. 1031s, yes. Section 8, yes. I don't like them as much. Have you ever had a scenario where you had a property and due to some emergency you had to fly there to take care of it in person? I have, but then I'd either send somebody else, but I've done it once where I had to go and fly over there on the weekend. So that's not a problem. I mean, usually it's less likely, but yeah. A fridge stolen? No, my parents. Oh, wait, no, that other property. I remodeled it, and I had to evict that dude. He stole my fridge and my washer. Stole my washer, dryer, and fridge. No, Trump is going to come on in less than an hour, actually. In the hot desert, we do. Didn't you email me that one with your bro? But yeah, email me, tradingforturning@gmail.com. We got a guy, Ryan. He's been there. He's been in the desert for a decade. Don't know how to buy from auctions, try to contact the homeowner. See if you could get a hold of them. But otherwise, auctions, they're not. I've seen some of you so my advice is to avoid an auction for your first property. But I have had a Chad buy a house on an auction. I said it's not really the move. He ended up getting a good deal on it, and they allowed him to do a loan. So I was under the impression most auctions are all cash. But if they let you do a loan, maybe. But otherwise, I'm not really the biggest fan on auctions for your first property. But I can say I've seen it work out for a Chad before. Like in real life, actually, I had a Chad do an auction against my advice. He did it and it worked out for him. But and I told him, I was like, if you could get it at this price, it's great. I just didn't think it would, and it ended up working out. So you could look and go into it, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's usually going to be your first deal, but there are opportunities you can make it happen. Homeowner died, wife was institutionalized, son has autism. But who's selling it? Someone has to be in charge of it, or they can't pay. So I don't know. If you get in touch with people, you might even be able to help them out. But yeah, that one, it depends who's executing the whole estate or whatever. No, we did good. We did. We hit our likes. We did everything. That's why you got the wire. You got the non-members chat. We had to ban a couple of people, but once we got over the first 10 minutes of freeing them, we started moving smoothly. That's it. You just got to get over the tension. When I go non-members only, once we release everybody, there's a lot of tension, and then we got to ban that, and then we start flowing. The real takeaway, rates are staying high. Fed has no choice but to cut. I don't know if they have a choice or no choice. Powell could maneuver many ways. But this is what I'll tell you for even real estate and bonds. The way I'm looking at it in a couple of years, it's either rates are going to be cut in half or rates are going to be double. And that is your opportunity. Traders are anticipating more stimulus from China's NPC, which may unveil new economic support. So I think that's a Nikkei article. They're pumping up the China meeting on Wednesday. Even though these things came down, or they're not really going too crazy. What would be the opportunity if rates were double? Because if you bought your house now, you just saved 50% in interest. So that it would change the whole value of everything that you have right now. Yeah, SPY, low ticker got very active. Look at Tesla. Value still up. Bonds, once again, man, another day, even if it was red, but another day of just the bonds staying pinned to the high. TSM. Well, TSM was down even when the good news hit. It never went green. So it's kind of been like that. And again, the chips with NVIDIA, I'm sure that's a drag. More of buying a home. Well, that's a thing. Think about it. If rates doubled up, it would be way more expensive to buy a house. And at that point, if they're raising rates and rates had to go up, that probably means we have inflation, a.k.a. house prices would probably be more. So it's a very weird situation that we might get into. That's why I said these next couple of years are going to be so important. But PX, P10 Inc., big pop, 2%. 3% now. Hold on. That could turn into something. PX. Somebody just snaked all the 5-cent contracts. There is nothing else for cheap. PX. Again, very low liquidity. Just started running up now. More than a week. I don't know. Have you been paying attention to the last week? So last week was growth fears, and that's pretty much what sums all this up, hence the rate cut odds and the bonds. I'm being rude lately? No, I haven't. That's where you made a mistake. I've been rude my whole career. So I don't think it's anything as of lately. You just liked it when it was in your favor. True or false? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the truth comes out. The truth comes out. Oh. 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 Like the video. Get a long term. I mean, Tesla, yeah, it was up 3. Coming back down. They're getting nickel and then some of the commodities moving as well. Yeah. Oh, where's Amazon? This way more pin though. Someone you're asking about this compared to even last week. I mean, it would suck if we sold off. Like I said, we're right between 6,000 and 5,800. But at the end of the day, at least, look, 2 hours, 3 hours, we haven't even moved. There will be a Trump speech. He's going to probably mention tariffs. Technically, they said they already had a headline. They said they're going to decide today, and then tomorrow they'll enact it. And then today he's going to talk about TSM and the AI deals and further AI deals, I believe, that they're working on. Your mortgage got bought. Now you can do it bi-weekly. Amen. Amen. $100 extra to principal, too. Oh, wait. Oh, this is old. I was like, wait, are they playing Besson again? Intel's going through internal turmoil. Can you start acting like the CEO and they'll hire you? Probably. I think I could get away with that. But then again, Intel has like a bunch of like, I mean this respectfully, but there's a bunch of dumbass Intel stockholders. I didn't realize that till I started interacting with like the Intel Twitter, and I would interact with some of those shareholders, and I just realized that a lot of them still like Pat the Rat. So honestly, there's a lot of family drama at Intel. Half of the shareholders like Pat, the other half hate him, and like, yeah, I don't know. So it's there's a lot of drama, bro. But yeah, Pat is good. He got us to 18A. I think Pat's terrible. I think Pat, ever since he has gone in touch with that company, it went down the drain. I think Intel was up for 2 months in the 48 months that he was in charge. I think Pat is a Nepo baby. I don't care how many Bible verses he posts. It doesn't change the fact that they failed miserably. Again, all of the money, all of it. So I'm not a big fan of Pat, but like I said, clearly there's half of the base like him. Foundry is caught up to TSM. Well, until there's results to speak of that, we're all disappointed. But again, I still like Intel, great American company, but that's kind of the problem. You had one person put towards a plan, spend all this money, do all this stuff, and then they fired him, replaced him, and then we don't even know where the plan is, and none of that plan created a profit. And then they're literally like, I think 20 times behind the dollar sales of any other competitor. Yeah, he should be running Foundry, not products, but I do think Pat, he just didn't do good. I mean, it's clear. I think I don't. Although you could acknowledge some of the good he's done, I think everything else is kind of self-explanatory. I mean, look at the stock. Yeah, my problem is with the board as well. I think the board, I don't know, maybe the board was worse than Pat, but it just didn't work, both of them together. Yeah, NVIDIA and Tesla at the lows. On waiting to enter some long-term positions. As long as you don't have a lot of cash, you can wait. If you have a lot of cash, I wouldn't be waiting. I would be, if I had more than 50% cash, 20% cash, I would be using that money right now. If I had less than that, I would be saving my money. So super simple rule, right? If you have less than 20% cash, I wait right now. If you have more, I would move it and take advantage of some value. NVIDIA down 6 out of nowhere. Yeah, it's getting to the deep seek low. So I think it's a very big technical level. Market's already coming down too. So get ready. It's no good. Calling Intel, maybe. We'll see. We'll see after Philo. What should I buy then? Stocks that you know and use in your daily life that have been around for 10 years, that you think will be around for 10 years, and that are trading at a low level, a.k.a. down at least on the year, 2 years, or preferably at a multi-year low. Okay, coming down while bonds are about to break out. So remember, even when the data hit, we were like maybe a bond fear reaction. So let's see, but technically all day they're kind of inversed, but actually it's, oh my gosh, it's perfect. So I guess SPY and Dow and bonds are inverse. So watch though, because like I'm saying, just pay attention if bonds break out, see if we actually break to a low. Yeah. you like data centers, you think you use AI every day. Yeah, have you ever walked into a data center? So that's like, I don't know. That'd be like buying gas because you flew on a plane. But I would go, you could eventually get a data center in your long term, or maybe if you work in the sales, that's a better one. But I would go with something that you actually use and interact with. Doesn't mean you won't grab those things, but that's a good place to start. This stuff you know and use, so that in that way you don't get blown out or lose. You get what I'm saying? The names that you could build a portfolio around are usually the anchor stocks that you know and use in your life. Zelensky says important to end the war as soon as possible. Says, yeah, that was the only headline. And then SPY coming down, NVIDIA flushing, Tesla flushed, a couple of healthcares going ups. Very interesting. But yeah, Tesla and NVIDIA, that's it. Bro, you're about to hit the low of DeepSeek, 116. So you're actually below it right now. And then 3-4 days later, the low is 113. But if we get below here already, I think it's already triggering something. You would be at all-time highs if Kamala won. It doesn't matter. The point is, our long-term is at all-time highs. It doesn't matter who the president is. Your long-term and what it's doing right now is literally a result of personal choices, not the president. So because our long-term is doing 10, 12% this year so far, when that's not what the market's doing. So don't blame Trump or Kamala. Just blame your personal choices. The law target. Yeah, keep it rolling, baby. Keep it rolling. BA tanking again. Watch the video, man. I think, and then watch if the bonds are about to hit a new high as the SPY is about to hit a new low. Yeah, Boeing is on the low, down 1%. I use my holding company every day. You want to buy a SPAC for the long term, huh? Mm-hmm. Everything is tanking, not the bonds. Well, there's a lot of room to, but as of now, it's not too bad. But remember, like 80 or 70% of the market was in the green like 20 days or 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. Yeah, that Zelensky comment said we must make our diplomacy really substantiative to end the war as soon as possible. And then prognosis for Pope Francis remains guarded. Vatican. Everyone blaming. Hey, man, we did good under Biden. We're doing good under Trump. Make a personal decision. Bill SPAC. I mean, I don't know. I remember the Chamath ones were intense. I thought Bill Ackman, didn't his SPAC dreams fail? Can we listen to Philo today? You'll be able to hear it after, but unfortunately, I think we're going to be keeping members only. It's not, I mean, even then, it's not like I released you guys from members only and it was all fun and roses. But yeah, we're going to go members only on Philo. Do a free trial? Oh, you might have missed it for the last 5 years. We ran one for 5 years. It was a 5-year free trial. So it was like 60 months free. Not bad. TGTX on the high. And then SPY going down. Bro, Tesla, Boeing, NVIDIA. Look at the low ticker. Nibis now. You have a lot of stuff on the low. Caterpillar, for crying out loud. And then watch if Staples goes down. But it is kind of turning into everything. This sucks, bro. I hate these. Because I don't like it when we do the end of the day or like later day sell-off after not moving. You have a lot of cushion, though. I don't think we're going to go below, like, I don't think it'll go below 5,800, but now you can. But if anything, 5,900 flat, that's pretty much going to be your next level here. That's what we were talking about in the morning. You're like between 6,000 and 5,800. You got to pretty much decide. I don't know if it's the level. I just don't like how where you stay up for hours and then just sell off. That's usually reminiscent of like volatility. That's just where you can make these moves, but then the moves don't matter because then the final move comes in and then that's it. Damn. MO is about to be at 57. Sell everything, biggest flush ever. You've been saying that for a long time, brother. Do you have a long term? Bull trap. So just email me your long term and I'll unban you. Till then, good luck, Mr. Bull Trap, Bear Trap. And there's your flush. Tesla again. Tesla and NVIDIA. I think that's what's leading you down. And then even oil down. Where are the currencies? Oh yeah, they all got smashed too. Actually, except for the euro. Everyone might be waiting for Trump. It could be it. This reminds me of Friday, really. Just when we're still at like a higher range, but we'll just we'll see if we don't like flush in the last hour or not. On shopping for a house to live in. Foreclosures are just difficult. I mean, you could find one, but ideally, I would just make sure it meets all your other. Finding a house to live in is harder than an investment because then you need to make sure you like the house, can live in it, doesn't need major repairs, is good for your family, is good for your work, all these other things. So that's kind of how it stacks up. Foreclosure and getting a deal, that'll just be added to it, but that'll be a little bit more work, and then you may not be able to get the same type of loans depending on the quality of the property. O keeps going up. Where's MPW? They're still clapped after the run up. Yeah, we had Muslim comments a little bit ago. It didn't really move much. And then you had, what's his name, Pope comments as well, too. Trump is supposed to be at 130, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was late. We've seen that a couple of times. I think 1:30. Oh, no. 1:30 Eastern. So in 30 minutes. So technically in the next 30. South Florida real estate. It's good, but like I'm saying, South Florida is a very scary place right now. So it's either going to end up really good or really bad because they have a shit ton of inventory, but the prices won't go down. So you literally have, I think, 200 to 300% more houses for sale in Miami, but the prices are up by 1%, which is very, very weird. It has nothing to do with insurance. It's the fact that there's just a lot of supply, and even with the supply and inventory going up, it's not dropping the price as it should. Yeah, everyone's just kind of greedy in a weird way, or people want to sell, but there's no reason. They're going lower now. So there it is, 59.20, new low of the day. Technically, TLT is hitting a new high, but the bond futures on the long end have not hit the new high yet. But there you go, bro. Currencies aren't even moving. This is all equities, bro. I hate to break it to you. This is everything that is not Tesla or NVIDIA that isn't down already. NVIDIA's down 7.2, bro. Literally, NVIDIA at 115 right now. Jeez. I'm looking at these premiums. How did this even play out? That's crazy. Some of these premiums are cheaper. They're up on the day, but they're cheaper than last Friday. So, yeah, if you really think it's going to flush, I mean, you're still buying the top. But, yeah, now Bitcoin. Now, I think it's everything else. Remember, 70% of the market's up. I think you're getting some names adding the pressure, and then everywhere else is chilling. But now I think all of those are selling. Like, dude, NVIDIA's down 7.2. That's not small. And remember, like I told you guys, just like we saw the other day, like Wednesday or Thursday, once the NVIDIA goes down, I mean, that's a lot of pressure. You're not getting as much rotation today because notice the Dow Jones is down almost as much as the SPY. So you got a little bit of like the staples holding up, but today is not as rotationary. This is kind of more everything selling off. I'm surprised bond futures haven't gone up. TLT, I mean, it's at 90. Again, SPY, new low of the day. This is like the last 5 minutes we ramped up. So, crazy part, you're still doing way better than any point on Friday. So, to get back into like the real Friday zone, the real high of Friday, 59.02. So, this is going to be its own little level. David Finkelstein leaving Citi. Tesla, yeah, bro. Tesla's down 1.8 again. Oh, I thought that was 2. NVIDIA is the problem. Yeah, Trump is going to be live again. He's going to be talking TSM. Bro, I just think it's NVIDIA. That's it. Bro, you have 70% of the market in the green right now. But I think NVIDIA and this right here is just later stage. Big NVIDIA, big Tesla, and now everything else starts to come down. But just don't forget, the most valuable company in the world is down 7% right now. Yeah, $2.8 trillion market cap, and that's down, again, $280 billion almost today. SMH, where's AMD and Intel? Are they down now too? Some more than others. I mean, Intel's still green. Now bonds are ramping up again. There is TLT. And then SPY on the low. A couple of other names. Again, Win now. Damn, they were up. So some of the names are actually really good flipped. See if anything could get a value rotation. But the ones that were up in the morning are still just holding. They're not doing as good, though, as the earlier. Yeah, equal weight is green still. So, yeah, now the equal weight is about to go red. So get ready now. Anything lower than here, everything's going to start coming down. So right now, a couple of the other names, they gave up on that. That's what I'm saying. All day today, other names were up. It was just NVIDIA. Then NVIDIA started dumping and then everything else. And I think now it's taking it. But today sucks. This isn't as rotationary. So, yeah, you have Pepsi and Coca-Cola up. But like I told you guys, like the Dow is not getting green. The only weird part is the dollar is in the red. But, yeah, you're kind of just fading a little bit of that Friday move. Because remember, end of the day Friday, you gassed up a lot. Run it. Chop Zelensky. Yeah, Trump is going to make an investment announcement in 30 minutes. 20 minutes if he comes out in time. SPY going lower. Again, look at the low ticker. It's been like this, full velocity almost for the last like 20 minutes. Like I'm telling you, I think NVIDIA and Tesla, and now everything's coming down with it again. It's the only thing on the high ticker is volatility indexes. This is now everything. It's not just your big tech names. I think it's the hundreds of smaller other names starting to flip. VIX is at 21. That's not good. So VIX is now breaking out. I mean, it was on 22 on Friday, and then after we rallied, we got back down below there. But remember, 22 on the VIX, that's pretty much your fear gauge. That's when you know you have fear, but we're like climbing into all of this. And like I'm saying, equal weight. But just notice how big the candles are. That's what I was saying on Friday. Friday, we went to like the low end of the election candle all the way back up to the middle gap fill. So just keep in mind, these candles are just massive. If staples could go up, I would pay attention to that. Otherwise, I think it's starting to look a little bit more risk off. That's the difference. Compare this to any other time in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Staples have been up a lot more, or the Dow Jones has been doing a lot better. OPEC oil, go ahead with oil output increase. So watch now if oil starts to flush. Yeah, oil down now. Damn. That could be a rumor. Remember, this morning they were even saying that they need to make decisions. USO, OPEC headline, USO's dying. There is not any cheap USO contracts, so be careful. Yeah, these things are expensive. You trade the futures, trade MCL if you want that. But oil's already down 1%, reacting on that headline. Bitcoin potential bounce. I mean, Beto's still up. Damn, Beto's work. Where's the other one? IBIT. And then watch the SPY. Like I'm saying, low tickers there. Again, OPEC, they planning with April output hike. That's bringing down oil. And then bonds up. SPY trying to stop, but look at the momentum. So I don't know if that's going to really bounce here. There's a lot going on. There's no headline why we dumped. I mean, technically, ever since some of the Ukraine headlines, like they were just negative sentiment, we started going down. But I really blame NVIDIA. NVIDIA was down all day, started selling off even more. Then NVIDIA and Tesla started flushing, and then everything just got taken with it. But I don't really think there's a headline. I don't think this is news as much as it's just fat range that we've been in. A little bit of negative war sentiment, a couple of trade headlines as well, getting ready for that, and then now we're here. Yeah, bro, USO puts, they're running, but they're hard to play. Be very careful. That's the only other thing going on right now. USO. RCAP. Yeah, the TSM stuff was earlier. The stock didn't really react. It might do it when he talks, but now everything's flushing. And again, chips are getting mollywopped. So now you're down I can't, dude. This is crazy. Do you guys realize how big these ranges are? This is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, I don't think today is off of anything. So don't panic. Watch NVIDIA. We're going to get Trump here in about 15 minutes. But do you guys see how fat these candles are? That's what I want you guys to see, is that these ranges are huge. And I'm saying that because now you're coming right back down. But like, dude, this is you were up 0.9 on the futures on the NASDAQ. You're now down 1.4. That means you have moved about 2.5% on the day. So, yeah, we're coming into the low, but welcome. Hi. Oil rumor, it's just OPEC. They're saying that OPEC is going to go through with the output hike, and that's means increased supply, and then oil's on the low right now. And then SPY still flush there. You took my advice to start a long term, more like a midterm to your long term. You accumulated inverse NVIDIA 2 times. That's cool, but I'm banning you. That's not the long term, so don't frame it like I taught people to buy 2 times levered ETFs for the long term. I don't believe in that at all. So I don't know what you're doing. But long term is minimum 10 years, and you buy and hold. And that's it. And it's just equity. No inverse, no levered, no yield max, none of that. That's not what I've ever taught anybody in here. Yeah, that wasn't my advice that he took. Nvidia.com. Damn, oil puts are hitting? Shit. What is that, March 5th? Yeah, that's crazy. The oil puts hit. I don't like the USOs, though. Would I start an ETF if SPY hit 500? Hell yeah. I'd be down with that. Media blaming OPEC for the drop? Oh, really? I mean, we were already dead on that, but I think it's NVIDIA. I mean, see if NVIDIA moves. NVIDIA's either going to have a wicked bounce or it goes down to 113. ISM and NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm just blaming NVIDIA. I mean, ISM was terrible, actually. That was really bad. I think beer bonds went up in fear. Yeah, the ISM wasn't pretty. Canada moving. Yeah, oil again. OPEC, literally, I mean, when was the last time we heard about an OPEC increase? Yeah, Canada and Mexico are dying on the curve. That's not good. That's the reverse. It looked bullish when they popped up, but now Canada and Mexico are coming down. Could be positioning for tomorrow. Remember, we have the enactment of tariffs finally. And then Trump is going to be on in 12 minutes, assuming he stays on schedule. But on that note, I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you, America, and the vets. Shout out to Long Term.
Typically, consumption, as your prior guest talked about, consumption grows in line with wage growth. So if wages are up 3.5%, 4%, that's what categories typically grow. The goods side have under-indexed. Now, I think what will happen is we'll start to approach to that overall level of wage growth, which is good because my companies that have been comping negative for 3 years finally comp positive again. But if you put tariff on top of that, it's going to have an implication to how high in terms of the recovery becomes, and also their profitability, because the retailers will have to eat some of it, particularly in these discretionary categories that have high sourcing in China and maybe Mexico.
I know we got to leave it there. Has BJ's reported yet? Are they coming up?
BJ's is this week, and obviously we're going to see some nice egg bounce there. With egg prices up 100%, egg sales are up about 100%. Wow. We think that could be about 1.5 points a comp for a company like BJ's, but also someone like Costco, who reports this week, and Walmart with what you saw 2 weeks ago.
No, it's a huge driver, and that was a good angle on BJ's too. 85% from grocery, and maybe a couple of points there. We'll keep an eye out for it. Chris, thanks. Appreciate your time today.
Thanks, Kelly.
Chris Horvers from JPM. Still to come, U.S. tariffs on Canada could be a boon for the uranium market here at home. So why are shares of America's largest producer moving lower today, down about 8% and 40% off their November highs? We'll speak with the CEO about that and the White House's emphasis on energy security, what it means for the nuclear renaissance. Stocks are at session lows across the board. The Dow erasing its nearly 200-point gain. We're down almost 300 right now. The Nasdaq extending February's losses after posting its worst week since September and worst month in nearly a year. It's the worst performer today, down 1.3%. And look at the 10-year Treasury. 417. We're back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
This is The Exchange. Jesus, Trump destroyed the market. My long term's at all-time highs. This is getting awkward. This is going to be really awkward in 4 years, huh? 10 minutos. Getting to the Pat the Rat, are you not impressed by the 5 nodes? No, not at all. I'm not impressed by being a leader and then falling behind and then letting the leader do more than 100x your revenue. That's the problem. So they just dropped the ball, bro. That's it. He had a plan. He went all in on it, and he needed more time. He needed more money, and then the market ran with it. It's just like when Mark Zuckerberg went all in on Meta. He just got lucky that all of the shit he was buying was a graphics card and was literally data centers. That's it. It would be like if Mark Zuckerberg put all that money towards Meta, but none of it translated to a data center or LLM he wasn't able to pivot. If like you see what I'm saying? So that's where I think Pat was a failure. It's just that he spent a lot of money and he ran out of time. That's it. And the market went the other way. He needed to pivot somewhere else. And it's not like they're a bad company, but they went all in on something and it just didn't work. Mm-hmm. Where they can I think they still have a lot of good things, but again, they just got left behind, and that's it. So we'll see. But if the money has been spent and they need to turn it around, and that's why they're doing these partnerships, because they're just going to let someone else take it over, and then they could get paid off of it. And then reverse, dude, what the fuck? Bro, something's happening. I don't know, man. So this volatility in the market is even like volatilitying, I don't even know if that's a word, everywhere. But because, dude, the repos on Friday, the repos on Friday jumped up to 234 billion. Today, they're at 119. 2 weeks ago, they were at 70 or 60. So for some reason, reverse repos dropped down to 60 billion. In 1 week, went up to 200 billion, and now to start off this week, they got cut in half. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of volatility there too. That's somebody, I don't know, just somebody's moving money around. And like it's going, money shows up and then it disappears, and then again, like I said, you'll get close to quantitative tightening, ending that once that reverse repo goes to zero, and it was looking like that, and then it just rocketed up after the bond. Maybe it's the bonds. No, maybe it might have something to do with bonds and banks. That would make the most sense. Because think about it. When the repos were low, bond yields were still high. So what's the only thing that's happened majorly in the last couple of weeks that coincides with repos going up? The bond yields have rallied more in the last 2 weeks than any other time. So yeah, it might be that. That would make a lot of sense. I think the bonds easing up pressure is adding liquidity to the market, believe it or not. And it makes sense. Regionals and everybody else. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Because it's kind of wild. It was at 60 billion 2 weeks ago. But then again, the bonds are at 4.5, a little higher. The D.C. homes, no. Just Washington, D.C. is going to go through a recession. Or at least they're already having a jobs recession, and all those other things are going to have to change. China's dumping bonds. No, I'm not worried about that. I haven't been worried about China bonds for a couple years now. So the last time people brought up China and bonds, I just said most people aren't aware. China's not the number one holder of our debt. The holding of it is Japan. So yeah. I'm misinterpreting the NVIDIA Broadcom testing. I was just talking in general, like that deal that they were saying. I think you're misinterpreting that Pat was terrible for the company. So I will just agree to disagree, but I don't, that's just all I'm talking about everything that's gone on in the months and, the Broadcom, TSM, even the headlines before today. Is holding our debt good or bad? It just depends. I mean, Japan, I think they're going to help us and we're going to help them, but it's just part of this idea. People think that, there's like an old idea. This is very like 2015. It's like almost 10 years ago. There's this idea that China owns all of our debt, and they own a lot, but they're actually number 2 or number 3 now. So they have been selling our debt for years. Actually, under Biden, China sold a lot of our debt. And they sold so much, and Japan bought so much of our debt that they're not the number one holder anymore. So if you think that China has this weapon of treasuries They do, but it's much, much weaker than what it was in the last decade. It's just they're not top. I think they're top 3, maybe. I want to say Germany or UK has more bonds than China does now. Can you sell your debt? You can, yeah. I mean, if you know how to do it, but technically, if you put all your if you took all your debt out as a company instead of an individual, you could package it and sell it. I mean, yeah. Taking calls. The market's just chilling here now. It's 12:30 or 1:30. So if Trump is gonna lag, I'm just gonna go ahead and go to the Philo. Because I don't think he's going to come out in time. Tropic raises at 61 billion valuation. Well, watch TSM. That's who he's going to talk about. I think Melania has an event today, too. But we'll see. If he's not out at 1:30, I'll give it like a couple minutes, and then if not, we'll switch to Philo so we can knock that out. And then SPY going lower. Wouldn't quantitative easing cause the repo volatility? It could, but I don't like. I think it's the bonds. I really think that's the answer. It makes too much sense rationally. So all of a sudden, liquidity shows up after bonds have the biggest rally in months. It's like I really think that's it. Otherwise, I can't explain it. All right, SPY flushing. We're going to watch the Trump live if it doesn't take too long. Otherwise, I'm going to switch on over. So I'll let you know in about 10 minutes. We'll give him 10 minutes. He's supposed to be on in 2 minutes, and then if we don't have a live feed or anything, it'll probably take a while. They're going to announce the TSM $100 billion investment. You just heard an OPEC headline, which brought down oil, and now we are flushing again, even more. I think we're hitting the danger zone, Chattadonias. Yep, you're below 5,900 now on that candle. This isn't good. So now you are back to like the high end of Friday. And do you see what I'm saying? Because literally the last 10 minutes on Friday, we rocketed up. I don't think that counts. That's why like it got you near 6,000, but technically now you're right at 5,900, and then the low is if we break. Again, if we break 5,800 or 58 like flat. So watch out now. You still got 100 points, but now you're below the level. SPY still flushing. Not really been a dip buyer anywhere. And then bonds are still up. Remember, bonds have moved a lot too. Bonds were down 0.6 at one point. I think our TLTs are still up a shit ton now. Yeah, the TLTs are still rocketing. Bitcoin dump. Everything's selling off. I think partly NVIDIA. We had some bad headlines here with like the war stuff, and then a couple of other things started trickling in, but I really think it's just NVIDIA and momentum. ISM data was bad too in the morning. Easy to ignore that, but that one was really messy. And people getting into more talking about the bad data from Friday, i.e. the GDP and all of that. Is Whirlpool a good buy? I don't know, but I timed you out for 24 hours, so you have time to go look at the long term, and then you could go see where I'm at, and then from there you can make your decision. So I don't want to get in the way, so I'll give you that time to go do that. Bad GD. Again, that was on Friday, bro. On Friday, we knew. Why do I have to be so rude? I don't think was that rude? I just said take your time with it. But other than that, I think you're kind of being rude for even asking me that. So I'm going to give you 24 hours to think about what you just said as well. So that'll be good. So you both can take a lap together. I was just saying, I think it's rude to ask people the same question over and over again, especially when you know the answer. Just take a lap. Take a lap. What candle on PayPal? That's not the Josh I know. Okay, hold on. The chat's moving fast, but I gotta ban. You don't know me. I'm banning you for assuming you know me. You don't know me. Sorry. Yeah, gold isn't. You're right. Very good comment. See, that's a comment I like. Now we're talking. Yeah, because remember on Friday and every other day, it started to go down. Trump is live. Well, I will play Trump, but this little outburst from all of you, I don't want to be here anymore. That's it. You guys, I'm too mean for you guys. I don't want to keep being mean to you. Do you know what I'm saying? So to avoid being mean to you, I'm going to remove myself from the scenario. That's how you do it. Do you get it? Because you guys are right. You know, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about it. So instead of like banning you and being mean, I'm going to remove myself from the situation. I think that's a better idea. So forgive me for my rudeness, but I should have thought about this earlier and made my decision. No. Yeah, I don't want to get in anybody's way. I apologize. So SPY going down, but I don't see Trump live yet. But I think we should do it. So I love you all. SPY into the lows, but if you would like to be there on Philo, or if you want to listen to Mean Josh mode, I don't know what we call it, but we are going to switch over right now. Yes, it's 10:30. It's 10:30. Well, you don't have it. It's okay. Get you the membership. That's the link towards it. So we're going to go there too. Well, we'll be back on towards the end of the day, but if you guys aren't going to be here, no worries. So it'll take you to the Philo, and then Trump will be live here in a little bit. So good morning, good evening, good night. God bless America. Thank you for your time, and I'll see you in an hour, hopefully. Otherwise, you get that membership. Thank you. Goodbye.